Capriolio, Olivier, Quintero, Soria, and Council President Baines.
Here. All right, if we can all stand, we're going to have our invocation by Police Chaplain Jerry Baker, and then if all remain standing, we're going to immediately salute the flag.
Lord God, we come to you this morning. We come to your grace, Lord. We come to your throne, and we know that you are sovereign, Father. We ask, Father, this morning that you grant these folks wisdom as they have their decisions to make, as they have their presentations to make, Lord. We ask that the wisdom be applied according to your teaching, Father. We ask that wisdom to be extended to the folks in their staff and the folks in the back where we can't see them, Lord, working for these council members. And we thank you for their service. We thank their families for giving them the time and allowing them the time to serve the city of Fresno. We ask that the decisions that are made today, Father, that will glorify you and your kingdom, and also be for the betterment of our city. And may everyone here return safely home to their families and to their loved ones. And we pray for this according to your will, and in the name of your Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Face the flag, ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All right, we have several ceremonial presentations this morning. First off, we will start up with the presentation of the SPCA Pet of the Month by Councilmember Quintero. That's nice.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's good. You're not awake yet, huh? Okay. I'd like to introduce you to Walter. Walter's with the spokesperson, or one of the spokespersons with the SPCA, and he's got a nice little friend that he'd like to introduce you to, and he's ready for adoption.
Yes, today we have Little D. She's a Catahoula mix, kind of like a Dalmatian-looking dog, but really they're more for like farming. They're not going to be as big as Dalmatians. They're kind of half that size, so they're really, really adorable dogs. And she arrived to the shelter as a stray, as many of the dogs in Fresno do.
Okay, well, I did hear a little bit about Catahoula.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she's ready for adoption. Now, one of the good things about her, she said that she's ready for winter because she likes to cuddle up. So if you're ready to have a good friend and sit by the fire and enjoy, she's your pal. So she'll be great. Now, can you tell us a little bit about the cost, the dates of adoption and everything?
Sure, we're open every day from 10 o'clock to 5 o'clock, Wednesdays till 6 o'clock. The adoption fee is $180 to adopt a little puppy, and we always have specials or promotions for adoption. For the adoption fee, it's spay-neuter, you get the license, you get the rabies shot, you get vaccines. You also get a wellness visit over there at our hospital, which is good up to 30 days over at the CCSPCA.
Okay, now if these ladies wanted to go on a tour, would you be able to take them on a tour?
Yes, we actually have an education department over there, and they would walk you around the shelter. We have several buildings. We have horses. We have exotics, and just a lot of stuff to go over there at the shelter and look at. You know, a lot of programs and a lot of services, and definitely the youth. You guys are going to be the ones to help out in the future with the overpopulation problem in Fresno City.
And they have one member of the pet world that actually lives there and greets you, and it's a donkey. And how long is it Pedro?
Hector. Yeah.
How long has Hector lived there now?
You know, he's been there longer than I've been there, and I've been there for 6 years. So honestly, he's been there for quite some time. So
Hector really perks up when visitors come in and see him. So he loves it there, and he'd be welcoming you as well. So you're all welcome. Thank you for the great job that you do, and what are the hours that they would be able to go and have to look for adoption?
Sure. Every day 10 to 5, Wednesdays 10 to 6, and the stray building is open from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. So if you lost your pet, that's the first place you want to go and take a look to see where your animals at.
And are you having any specials right now?
Not at the moment, but every weekend we tend to have something roll out so that we can kind of clear the shelter. Definitely Save a Life Fresno. We have well over 500 animals on site.
Walter, you're supposed to say every day's a special because every pet is special. So, okay.
No.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks for having us.
Great work, and you've got a great working board with you as well. Thank you.
Councilman Quintero, I was out a little bit earlier and I met with Little D there, and what I found out is, you see this robotics team over here? They're going to be up next, and wouldn't you think that'd make a great mascot for this robotics team?
I think so.
Yeah, look.
Join them on the robotics.
I don't know if I'm qualified to be on the robotics team, but we really need that team to step up and take this beautiful little dog home today. I think that's a great win-win for everybody.
All right, thanks, Councilmember Quintero. Next up, we'll have the proclamation of Manufacturing Awareness and Appreciation Month by the Mayor's Office.
Good morning, Council. We have a proclamation today recognizing Manufacturing Day. And Manufacturing Day is celebrated first Friday in October, I believe. And it is bringing awareness to the community and the communities throughout the country about the importance of manufacturing jobs, the wages that they pay, their living wages. And in a lot of ways, this council has embraced that. Over the last year, we adopted our I Defer program. We recently did an arrangement, an agreement with a local manufacturer that allowed them to expand. We did an agreement for 10 years where we basically, they did some off-site improvements, but those off-site improvements were needed for an expansion. So as we have done over the last year, with the support of Councilmember Brandow and Brand, we have focused on those jobs, the economic impacts they make on our community, more importantly, not only the reduction in unemployment that they create, but the wages that provide people with opportunities to contribute, to purchase a home, to raise a family, everything we all strive to do. So before we read the proclamation, Clerk, a few words for Mr. Gondal.
Sure. Thank you. Nice to see some of the familiar faces. I'm a Fresno State grad, engineering, so I was talking to students and I was asking, kind of interview them, are you ready for the job? So manufacturing is coming back. We have great jobs coming in Fresno. We have tons of manufacturing in Fresno. We think about Googles and Yahoos, but we have a lot of manufacturing here in Fresno. So I work for PPG Industries. We make glass, and if you have Starbucks cups, that made it also in Valley. So jobs are coming back in, but especially I want to thank City and also other organizations like WIBS and EDCs and Fresno County Office of Education, Fresno Business Council, and many other manufacturers who are part of this manufacturing cluster we are trying to create. So look out for those. We're going to have Manufacturing Summit next year, and we had earlier this year. So we're trying to bring awareness to manufacturing. So check out mfgday.com, mfgday.com. That's there. You'll see how many events are going out in the Valley. So again, thank you, and I can't thank enough. And then we're going to have a world-class CT ecosystem in Fresno and Madera County. So that is our theme for our region, and we are working together with all education businesses together to bring awareness to manufacturing. That's the goal. Lori, you going to say something?
Well, like G said, we have mfgday.com. Manufacturing Day is the nationwide website, and we registered our event, which will happen on October 1st. The Fresno County Office of Education is organizing a Manufacturing Day event for students in Fresno County to attend 2 of 4 manufacturing facilities, to get tours, have some lunch, and learn about Institute of Technology's manufacturing program, and hear from the Fresno State School of Engineering as well. So we're excited to offer that as part of the Manufacturing Awareness Month. So thank you for acknowledging this month.
City Clerk.
Whereas Manufacturing Day is celebrated nationally on the first Friday of the month of October to showcase manufacturers and increase awareness of manufacturing careers. And whereas manufacturing jobs provide living wages with long-term career opportunities and are the backbone of the economy. And whereas the manufacturing sector includes fruit processing, milk processing, beverage manufacturing, nut processing, paper products, food packaging, plastic products, steel products, etc. And whereas increasing awareness among students, parents, and the community about local manufacturing careers is essential to encouraging manufacturing pathways. And whereas coordinated and aligned efforts of public and private organizations are needed to collectively address the challenges of skilled labor shortages in manufacturing. And whereas by working together with manufacturers, the educational system, the Workforce Investment Board, the Economic Development Corporation, the Chamber of Commerce, and other public and private organizations, the skilled labor shortage can be addressed both short-term and long-term solutions. And whereas the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Cluster is committed to working collaboratively with our community organizations and manufacturers to create a world-class career technical education ecosystem to support and grow the manufacturing sector in our region. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, do hereby proclaim October 25th, 2015 to be Manufacturing Awareness and Appreciation Month in the city of Fresno.
All right. Next up, we're going to have a proclamation of Robotics Day by the Mayor's office as well.
All right, this is the Clovis North team, and the representative is Mr. Sadhu. Is he here? Or who's going to be who's in charge of the program? There's a born leader, stepped up right off the gate. Come on up. And the rest of you guys come up as well. So this is a proclamation in which we're recognizing the first robotics competition. Now, as the previous speaker just mentioned, don't pay attention to the Yahoos and the Googles. You know, back in my day, a Yahoo was not somebody we would, it was one of the guys that ended up in the trash can at the high school. But you guys are on the cutting edge of a lot of things. We had a group of kids here about a year ago who talked about an app that we're currently still working on to develop. You are probably going to be developing, and I know this team, the success you will have, and Mr. Standruff, who's in the back, was very active back in the day in a similar program in another community. But what you probably will help create will end up being something that when I get a little bit older, probably I still won't be able to figure out. But as from a manufacturing and from a technology standpoint, a lot of what is being done today in manufacturing came from teams such as yours. That innovation, that willingness to challenge current standards and apply technology in ways that most of us couldn't even fathom 5-10 years ago. The fact that most of us are taking pictures now with one of these rather than a camera is a good example of how our world is changing. Except for maybe Councilmember Capriello, who still has a flip phone, but that's a whole different story. Yeah, yeah, and Sal, you still got your pager, Sal?
I still have my pager.
You still got his pager. So as you can tell, some of us are a little bit slower catching on to the technology. But if you would, tell us a little bit about the team, maybe a project that you're working on, and a little bit more about Robotics Day. And first, in your name.
My name is Amrit Kuhner, and I'm a member of FRC Team 2761. Every year we're given a different challenge by an organization called FIRST. And last year it was stacking totes, which may not sound the most interesting, but when you watch the game and all the different designs that everyone had, it really was a lot of fun. One of the recent projects that we had was an off-season event for Fresno State where we built a t-shirt cannon. And all of that was just for fun. And a lot of kids enjoy building, so building for them was a lot of fun. And we had to learn new aspects like programming, CAD. So the kids that you see here are the kids that you will see being inventors in the future, businessmen, programming leaders, running their own businesses. These are the kids that you're going to see in the future, and we are training them to be the most effective they can.
Great. So did the t-shirt cannon have a heat-seeking laser device dialed in? Yeah. Yes, it did. Not yet. Okay.
We're working on a flamethrower.
Oh, there. I think I want to hang out with you guys. Can you figure out how to equip that in a Corvette? I mean, that'd be pretty cool. So with that, clerk, if you could read the proclamation.
Whereas The first robotics competition is an innovative, mind-stimulating competition that teaches students life skills, teamwork, and sportsmanship. And whereas the mission of FIRST, which stands for inspiration and recognition of science and technology, is to inspire young people to be science and technology leaders by engaging them in exciting mentor-based programs that build science, engineering, and technology skills, that inspires innovation, and that foster well-rounded life capabilities, including self-confidence, communication, and leadership. And whereas FIRST was founded in 1989 to inspire young people's interest and participation in science and technology. Based in Manchester, New Hampshire, the non-for-profit public charity designs accessible, innovative programs that motivates young people to pursue education and career opportunities in science, technology, engineering, and math while building self-confidence, knowledge, and life skills. And whereas, much more than building robots, robotics is a way to view science through the lenses of real-world engineers, designers, and computer programmers. Robotics team members learn to become independent thinkers, innovators, and designers through collaboration with engineering professionals, both regionally and across the country. And whereas the Clovis North High School robotics team has a goal of segregating STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and FIRST ideas into our community through volunteer robotic demonstrations and showcases. And whereas over the past 7 years, the Clovis North High School robotics team has grown from a 7-member team to a team of 60 hardworking members with fantastic mentors to guide them and the team. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the work of the Clovis North High School robotics team as they remain dedicated to spreading interest for science and encouraging future generations to be part of the exciting field of robotics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, do hereby proclaim September 10th, 2015 to be Robotic Day in the City of Fresno.
Yeah, we can balance out the shot. Yeah. Oh, wait, let me hold this in front. Yeah, make sure you don't don't open it upside down. Yeah.
Yes. We want to see the robot. Oh, no, bring it up here. No. Bruce, how did we miss that? No, let's bring it up here right now. We want to see the robot.
Bruce is going to want to put fuel injection on it.
Hey, Bruce, Sal said you're going to want to put fuel injection in it.
If you need some help, my flip phone can help you get that thing going.
Tap can't do that. Okay.
Good luck, Bruce, on eye-hand coordination, brother.
Is that robot insured?
Thank you, guys. That was awesome. Yeah, listen, we want you to come back every year and show what robots you're making. All right. Next up, we will have the proclamation of the 205th anniversary of Mexican Independence Day by Councilmember Soria.
If I can have the Consul Vicente Sanchez come up. So today we celebrate the 205th anniversary of Mexican independence. So I'm very proud to be here today and with my council and the administration honoring the 205th anniversary of Mexican Independence Day. So every September, the Mexican people celebrate independence from the Spanish rule who won the War of Mexican Independence in 1810. So this entire month is known as El Mes de la Patria, but there are two important dates which are coming up. So September 15 is El Grito de Dolores, when Miguel Hidalgo and the native people began the battle of their independence. And then September 16th is celebrated in Mexico and by the Mexican people here in our Central Valley as Independence Day, so a few days from today. So it is important to recognize the Mexican people and culture found here in Fresno and their contributions that strengthen our community. The city of Fresno is home to over 200,000 Latinos of Mexican descent, which is roughly about 50% of the population. And similarly, in Fresno County, our population is about 50% of the entire county population. Just an interesting fact, our local airport, the Fresno Yosemite International Airport, is second place nationally behind LAX in the amount of people who travel between Mexico and the United States. So I thought that was a very interesting fact.
Councilmember Soria, that's in District 4 too, that airport. Absolutely.
Yes, sir. Also, we know that Fresno's county agricultural economy heavily depends on hired labor with ties to Mexico. Only 2% of hired farm workers are U.S. born, while a majority are Mexican immigrants. So these hardworking people help Fresno maintain its title as the #1 ag producing county in the country with over $7 billion in profit. So we know that the Mexican community, the Mexican immigrant community, provide a great benefit to our local economy. And so we are here today very proud in recognizing this important holiday, the Mexican Independence Day, which we all celebrate here in the city of Fresno. Just want to note also that recently our State Center Community College District signed an MOU with the Autonomous University of Baja California to bolster collaboration in areas of ag, health, and communications. And we will soon see Fresno State do a similar MOU with Autonomous University of Chapingo to increase learning opportunities for our local college students. So those are very exciting things happening here locally in collaboration with Mexico. Lastly, I also want to recognize our consulate, our Mexican consul, Vicente Sanchez Ventura, because I know that he plays, and his office and his whole team plays a vital role in serving the Mexican community, not only here in the city of Fresno, but throughout the Central Valley. I know that they have been a significant role in strengthening the ties not only from our city, but our entire local community between us, the Mexican community, and also the country. So I am honored this morning to present this proclamation in celebration of the 205th anniversary of Mexican independence. Especially this month, it is known as Hispanic Heritage Month, so there are going to be a number of activities happening throughout the city of Fresno. I do want to just note a couple dates that are important. Sunday, September 13, excuse me, the Downtown Partnership is hosting Fiestas Patrias in honor of, again, Mexican independence in the Fulton Mall from 12 to 7. So we want to invite everyone out to the downtown Fulton Mall to come and celebrate. There's going to be a lot of great food, entertainment, and just the community coming together. And then on Tuesday, September 15th, the Mexican Consul is hosting a large gathering here at City Hall in front of the steps at 11 a.m. To remember El Grito de Dolores and kicking off the Mexican Independence Day celebration. So we invite you guys to join us in celebrating Mexican Independence Day and really honoring the contributions of the Mexican population here in our local city that making immense contributions to our local economy. So thank you, Consul Vicente Sanchez, for being here this morning. Before you read the proclamation, I'll just let you say a couple words. Thank you.
Well, thank you. It's an honor to be here this morning. Thank you for the City Council members for this honor. We are very proud of the work that you do in the city. The Mexicans are here, 50% of them are here in this community. We represent this community, but our best dedication that we can do together is to have a better community with education, with work, in benefit of this great city of Fresno. Thank you. Mexico has a strong presence here for many years, and we are thinking that in the future we're going to have more presence for the future of this country and this state and this city. Thank you so much. We appreciate this, Esmeralda Soria, for this recognition, and let's have more happiness of this Independence Day of Mexico in this city. Thank you so much.
Whereas every year on the 15th of September, we remember El Grito de Dolores and celebrate the independence of Mexico on the 16th of September, won through the hard-fought war of the Mexican independence led by Miguel Hidalgo and the native people of Mexico. And whereas Fresno is greatly linked with Mexico and the culture fabric of our city has been made richer and stronger by the contributions of the Mexican community in agriculture and food, art and business, and music and commerce, education and governmental relations. And whereas the Consulate of Mexico in Fresno is a vital resource that offers important services throughout the Central Valley and works tirelessly to advocate on behalf of the Mexican people as well as create strong ties between our two nations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno does support the Consulate of Mexico in celebrating the independence of Mexico and all the contributions of the Mexican people in our city, and does hereby recognize the independence of Mexico 205th anniversary on September 16, 2016.
All right. Thank you for that, Councilmember Soria. Next up, we have the recognition of our own Fresno Grizzlies, Growlifornia, here in the House by Council Members Capriolio and myself, Council President Baines. I'm coming down.
Good morning, everyone. This is really an exciting day for the city of Fresno, and largely due to Lance Cardoza, my friend right there in the front row, and Derek Franks. He is, I think I'd call him Mr. Baseball for the city of Fresno. He's really been supportive of this whole process. And just a couple side notes. We were at the game last night. We're proudly wearing our jerseys today. They are the champions, and we're going to go on to the playoffs and win those as well. And for the first 5,000 people that come to the game tonight, you all get a towel. So more motivation to come and be there with us. You want to say a few things, Council President?
No, listen, and we'll say brief. Really, Derek and Lance and the whole team, we wanted to do this just to really honor the milestone that we just jumped over here in Fresno. First time the Fresno Grizzlies have been in the playoffs in 17 years, almost 2 decades. Listen, we have an awesome team. We scored the most runs in the entire league this year. We have Matt Duffy's the league MVP. So there's just a lot of exciting things happening with our ball club here. And we as a Fresno City Council are so proud. We're proud to have the Fresno Grizzlies. We're proud that you guys are here with us. We're proud that you're in Fresno's. I love Growlifornia. I mean, you know, we wanted to just really take a moment and say, hey, the Fresno Grizzlies are doing some amazing things here in Fresno. The new marketing campaigns that have rolled out, the way that they're reaching out deep into the communities now, getting so many fans to the game. I know a few of you weren't at the game last night, but there were 7,800 roaring fans, all, you know, waving rally flags as they were scoring all 9 of their runs last night. So just was an awesome time, and we're really proud, and we wanted to just take a moment to say thank you for, you know, for having a great season. Thank you for serving Fresno and being our partners here. And wanted to give Derek Franks is the general manager. Wanted to see if you wanted to say a couple words.
Thank you so much, council members. This means the world to me for this team. And for some of you who don't know me, I'm an anomaly in minor league baseball amongst my peers, because I actually grew up 25 miles down the road in Kingsburg. So. And this is my 12th season with my hometown club. So most of the guys that have the job I have, and I say this not to brag at all, just because I need to hear it to remember how lucky I am all the time. But I'm in my hometown. So for me, this is a very special time. And, you know, a year ago today, I was sitting there with a few days to go on a big deadline, which was to get our major league affiliate, the San Francisco Giants, either re-signed or we were going to go back into a free agent pool, so to speak. And I can tell you, I'm a lot happier to be here a year later doing what I'm doing today, because that was a tough time. And, you know, when you've got 17 years of a way of doing things that you really know and you really are comfortable doing, and that changes. You know, we signed with a team, the Houston Astros, which I had somebody the first day we signed and made the announcement said, why would anybody care about the Houston Astros? I said, wow, this is going to be an interesting year. And, you know, I answered that question the same way every single time. I said, you know, our goal is not going to be to make you care about the Houston Astros. That's not our first goal, because every single one of you, if you come to the ball game, everybody in this room owns a major league ball cap or a shirt, or there's a team that you grew up rooting for, or maybe you grew up rooting for until you met the right girl or guy and made you switch teams, you know. And you know, that's in you. That's part of who you are, you know. I honestly, I grew up as a Los Angeles Dodger fan, and I would get cabbage and tomatoes thrown at me for saying that, you know. And I think of baseball, and I think of Vin Scully, and I think of my dad. My dad and I are 30 years apart, and we both listen to Vin Scully on the radio. We have the exact same experience, falling in love with the game of baseball 30 years apart. And that's the beauty of the game of baseball. So when people ask me, hey, who's going to care about the Houston Astros? They might as well be in, you know, their own country, in Texas. Well, that's a weird place. And I said, you know, we want you to care about Fresno first. That's why we put Fresno on the front of the jerseys. We said we want a team that people in Fresno care about. And I think we spent a lot of years focused on our big league affiliate too much. And so I think this allowed us to take a step back and be really honest about what we wanted to be for this community. And for me as a local guy, this was the opportunity of a lifetime to put Fresno on the front of the uniform instead of the team name. And try to get everybody to care about a team that wears Fresno on the front of its uniform. And then guess what? This is a good ball club. We get to play postseason baseball for the first time in 6,208 days last night. The first time in downtown Fresno at this ballpark. And so guess what? There's a few people that care about the Houston Astros now. And that, again, that wasn't the primary goal, but this is a team that's committed to winning in our community, and a community that was different for them too. A lot of these guys never been to Fresno or heard of Fresno, and so we get a chance to put Fresno on the map, and we've got a lot of young guys chasing the dream. There's 750 roster spots in Major League Baseball. There's a lot of people that play the game of baseball, and a lot more people don't make it to the major leagues than people that do. So we've got kids just a few blocks away from here chasing the dream of being a Major League Baseball player, and in the meantime, they've come into our community, embraced it. They care about Fresno, and they want to bring home a championship, and they want us giving out replica Fresno rings next year at a game. And And we're excited. They feel like they're the team to beat. If you walk through that clubhouse and talk to Tony D, our manager, and talk to the players, there's a good, healthy confidence in that clubhouse about Fresno being the team to beat. So I thank you all so much for this. This is quite an experience and quite an honor today to be here with y'all. And we're hoping to bring a championship home to Fresno and do a lot more celebrating this next month. So thank you guys very, very much.
Listen, you're amazing, Derek, and I know how humble you are, but kind of a surprise to you, but I do know Derek Frank, this man with 12 years commitment to our community, has been nominated to be selected as the Pacific Coast League 2015 Executive of the Year. This is a very rare club, very rare air. He's competing with executive staffs from El Paso, who we beat last night 9-1, and we're going to beat them again tonight, and Oklahoma City, Sacramento, Las Vegas, Iowa, Colorado Springs, Nashville, Salt Lake City, Round Rock, Texas, Memphis, Nashville, Albuquerque, Tacoma, all those clubs, all those executives, 2 or 3 deep. Here's the man right here. He's going to be the Executive of the Year, and you deserve it. You worked your tail off. Thank you so much. Listen, one more thing. If you wanted some numbers, John Singleton's the first baseman, number 21. He signed for $11 million. One great baseball player. Mark Apple, he's a pitcher. He's out of Stanford, $6.8 million. He's going to start the 3rd game of the season in El Paso after we win tonight. So those are just some of the people that you're going to see. These are great athletes and great guys. They're signing balls for fans or autographing. They're just part of this community. And Derek, you're really responsible for that, and you will be the Executive of the Year. So we do have a proclamation. Would you like to read it? I've been talking too much.
Whereas the Fresno Grizzlies team is a AAA affiliate of first-place Houston Astros, a member of the 16-team Pacific Coast League, and one of 30 teams in the world playing at the highest level of minor league baseball. And whereas the 2015 season has shattered the single-game attendance record at Fresno Jachansky Park, with a worldwide attention garnered from changing their name from the Fresno to the Fresno Tacos for one game, and whereas we congratulate the Fresno Grizzly and all of their fans for their positive attitudes and dedicated community efforts. And whereas in their first season as a Houston Astros AAA club, the Grizzlies have secured their first divisional crown and playoff spot since their single inaugural season in 1998. And whereas the Grizzlies will host the 2nd game on Tuesday, September 10th, 2015 at Jachansky Park in the Pacific Southern Division Championship playoffs at 7:05 before playing their next 3 games on the road. Now, therefore, we be it resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and Fresno City Council members would like to wish the Fresno Grizzlies much success and thank them for their commitment to bringing the family entertainment to Fresno, and encourage everyone to come out and support the Fresno Grizzlies. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Ashley Swearingen, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim September 10, 2015 to be Fresno Grizzlies Playoff Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations. By the way, my colleague here, Sal Quintero, didn't bring his jersey. He wanted the taco jersey that we addressed earlier. Over 17,000 fans came to the Grizzly Stadium to celebrate that day. It was a taco truck day. And so I'm going to let Sal talk about that.
Yes, and Derek, thank you for the jerseys. I had a chance to call Derek yesterday and speak with him. And I said, dude, there must be a mistake. I said, this thing says Fresno. I thought I was going to get a taco jersey. So he said, well, maybe we'll work something out. I don't know. But I just want to tell you, Derek, you've done a fantastic job. You know, you've worked hard, and each year you've kind of used Band-Aids to make things work. And so that says a lot about your creativity and your work ethic as well. But you know, you've really made Fresno proud, and you know, we're where we are today. Little did I know, 6 years ago I was gifted a baseball that was autographed by Nolan Ryan, and I said, well, why did I get this? So who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? But congratulations to you, and I agree with Councilmember Capriolo that you are going to get the award. You're going to get it. You deserve it. It's overdue. So thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome. All right, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to add one more thing. Oh, you're welcome. We're a very close group up here as council members. We differ on ideas, philosophies occasionally, and things like that. But Oliver, some people have said that you and I are like brothers. And that's because, let's show them.
Because we are.
We are brothers.
I forgot my jersey. All right. Jumping right back to our agenda, we now move to the approval of the minutes. Do we have any changes? Do we have any changes for the minutes of August 20th or August 27th?
There are no changes.
All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion to approve the minutes from August 20th and August 27th? Councilmember Olivier.
No, thank you. I want to speak during council reports, please.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second? All right. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We now move to councilmember reports and comments, and I'm going to make a very small announcement really quick. So we had the passing last week of a Fresno giant, and several council members actually wanted to adjourn this meeting in his honor. So in that spirit, because I literally had a few of you guys calling me or calling my office asking to make sure that we didn't forget to do this, we placed it on the agenda today. And if you have a copy of your agenda, you'll see it, that we will be adjourning in the memory of Charlie Waters today, who all of us up here on the dais care very deeply about and very deeply for, as does this community. What he represented to this community and to veterans really across this great nation of ours is really very difficult to put into words. But we here at the Fresno City Council, because so many my colleagues felt very strongly about honoring him, we placed that on the agenda and want to let everyone here know that we will be adjourning today in the memory of Charlie Waters. Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make a couple announcements and invite this coming next Saturday, the 19th, to our fourth annual Carnaval Children's Festival at Mosqueda. And this is an event for families, and we target the elementary school children as well. We have carnival games, a petting zoo, swimming pool games, water slide, bounce houses, wildlife exhibit, and just a ton of entertainment. And last year we ended up with about 3,000 folks showed up, and this year is going to be bigger and better. We're going to have about 20 tables of information from different agencies, and so it's going to be a great event. Everything is free for the children except the water and hot dogs, $1 each. But it's just a great event. We invite everybody, and bring your families. And city manager, I just want you know as well as I do that it couldn't have been possible without the help of Parks and Rec and your office. And thank you very much for that, because we get children from all over the city come and have a great time. I think this year we're going to have 2 baby jaguars showing up as well, but they'll be in a cage. And and then secondly, city manager, the other part is that we've been working with the city attorney's office on making an amendment to a tire ordinance for the used tire businesses. When would we be able to have that on the agenda for consideration by the council?
Let me work with the city attorney to see how far along we are, but if it's pretty much vetted out, we could probably have it to council first week in October at the latest. Your first meeting in October.
City Attorney, one other thing that I'd like to look into that is that a lot of the used tire shops, when they change the tire and accept their dollar for disposal from the person buying new tires or new used tires, they either shred them or just stack them there. And if we have a percentage that they're allowed to store there until they're picked up, because those are also a fire and blight hazard as well.
Okay, we'll make sure that's addressed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple announcements. In addition to the adjournment in memory of our local, champion for veterans, Charlie Waters, I also wanted to adjourn in memory for DeAndre Howard, also known as Day Day. We know that he was a student at Fresno City College who was a very talented athlete, and unfortunately he was taken from this community too soon. So I would like to adjourn in memory for DeAndre Howard. Was that
Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, we can definitely adjourn in memory of DeAndre Howard as well.
I was going to join that as well. DeAndre was called Day Day, and he and my son were both on the Fresno City baseball team this fall ball season. And we had played baseball off and on with Day Day for probably about 7 years. And he's a fine young man, and it's a real tragedy and a loss to our community. And he had such a bright future. So thank you. I'd like to join in that as well. Now,
I'm not done.
Oh, you're not done?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, I cut her off a little early. She was not finished. But.
So she's up for the blah, blah, blah word, maybe?
Yes, she's up.
Thank you. I just have a couple other of announcements. So, as we all know, there's a legislative session going on in Sacramento, and so there are a number of things happening. I've been just personally keeping track. There's been a special session called on transportation. I know that during the our budget cycle earlier this year, there was a lot of talk about the deferred maintenance and the great need that exists here in the city of Fresno. So there may be opportunity where we will see something that comes out of this special transportation session where the city of Fresno could benefit. So I'd encourage all of us to kind of keep track of it. I'm sure the administration is definitely active on that, but I believe that there would be an opportunity for the city of Fresno to really benefit and get some resources to our neighborhoods. And then lastly, just wanted to I know that I've been in communications with the administration on this issue that has gone attention regarding the trees on Van Ness in District 1. And I know that there's been a lot of concerns. As we know, this is one of the oldest neighborhoods in the city of Fresno, and we have this really historic asset which is known as the Van Ness Boulevard. It highlights really, we have trees there that are about 90 years of age. I know that I've been in communication with the administration in regards to some of the concerns that have been raised. I know that you guys have contracted, or you guys were looking at contracting out with arborists to get a second opinion because there were concerns about the health of the trees. And I know that we all care about the trees. We know how important they are, not only as a community asset in terms of the aesthetics of our neighborhood, but also what it means for the environment and the fact that these trees have been part of our community for such a long time. I know that more recently, because of the drought and the executive order issued by our governor, we had to shut down the water for median islands to ensure that we are meeting our goals as set by the state in terms of conservation. But I just want to make sure that that we, just pay close attention to these natural assets that we have, and that, you know, areas like the Van Ness Boulevard, Kearney Boulevard, and even Huntington Boulevard, that these trees are really monitored. So I thank the administration for taking a second look and getting someone to look at it. Do we know when we expect to hear from the arborist in terms of the health of these trees?
We just received the report last night. We're going to schedule a meeting with your office to go over the findings. The good news, it has nothing to do with the watering. So kind of like the trees that are along Van Ness on the county, and they don't water those trees at all. The issues with the trees have more to do with the age, not the drought or a lack of watering.
Yeah, so, and I know I've spoken to some just kind of experts or people that are that know a little bit more of trees, because I do not know anything about trees and you know, the health of them. But they did mention that maintenance of them, and I know that in past budget cycles, it's been tough in terms of allocating enough money to not maintain many of our trees. I think even our trimming cycles have become a lot longer. But I think for purposes of our community, it's important that obviously all trees are important, but in some of these more historic areas and these older trees that we pay close attention. And if it's not a watering issue, then looking at if there's maintenance to be done to ensure that these trees maintain their health. And so I'd like to meet with you, of course, to discuss. Awesome. So thank you so much for the work on that.
All right, Councilmember Capriolio.
Okay, thank you. Apparently I'm a bigger sports fan than I realized, but I wanted to congratulate the Fresno State Bulldogs for starting off with a big win last weekend. And their next home game is September 19th. It's called Bulldog Blackout Day. They're going to wear their black uniforms, and the fans really love that. So not only would we like to have you come out and support the Grizzlies tonight at 7 o'clock and get your towel, we also need to support the Fresno State Bulldogs, and I'm fortunate to have them in District 4 as well. Yesterday was a really exciting day for a lot of us on the dais here and for the entire city of Fresno. Captain Pete Dern walked. He walked out of the hospital yesterday in less than 6 months recovery. So it was amazing to see all the firefighters and all the citizens and all the people from the hospital form a line. And he was very anxious to get home, and he walked that walk like no one's ever done in their life. It was inspiring. We also had a card there. We're having people sign. We had probably another 100, 110 people sign his Get Well card. And I wanted to thank Catherine Curry with Curry Design and Dumont Printing. They donated the graphics and the printing of this huge card. We're going to bring it down here, and everybody can see it again and present that to Captain Dern when he feels a little bit better. Speaking of the airport, congratulations to the airport director, Kevin Mikey. He was elected treasurer of all the California Airports Council. So it was quite an honor for him, and he continues to bring good things to Fresno, and including an American Airlines flight direct from Fresno jet service to LA. Granite Park, we've got a new development there. It's called the Farmers Market. Fresh fruits, vegetables, very reasonably priced. So I want to thank Mike Sanchez and his team for helping us get that gate open to allow that farmers market. It's really needed in that part of town, and it's being well received. By the way, they're open Thursdays and Fridays from about 8:30 to 1:30. Last but not least, Stone Soup Preschool. We had a press conference there on a volunteer day last August 22nd. And over 200 volunteers, hours, and volunteers on Saturday were there. We put together the playground facility. We painted the classrooms. It was really inspiring. There'll be 300 kids that'll be really, really happy. And this is in the El Dorado Park area, so that is continuing to develop and become more and more special. So I wanted to thank the volunteers from PG&E, Fresno State ASI, the Fresno State Women's Swim and Dive Team. I said swim team, and they got a little bit excited. It's the dive team, so I want to give them all props. El Dorado residents, Kroger Construction, Fresno State Engineering class, and many, many more. And also, again, thank Mike Sanchez and his team for expediting that wonderful facility. It's really an asset to our community. So thank you all very much.
Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to report real quick on a meeting that I had last week. Councilman Brand was there as well. But about 2 months ago, we entered into, a contract. We had an updated contract with FPOA, our police department, about police recruitment. And it's been a couple of months, and I found out that the truth is we're still having some difficulty recruiting police officers. We're currently at 697, and our goal is to be around 760 by the end of the year. That's a long way to go. So when I found out that we're still having difficulty, I requested a meeting, and City Manager Bruce Rudd, I guess, stepped out of the room, but he put together a meeting with Councilman Brand and myself and Deputy Chief Navarez and Captain Carrasco. Those are the two police officers that are tasked with putting together the recruitment team. And so I just wanted to report that we're following up on those efforts about recruiting police officers. We're going to stick with that one. That's not one that we're going to let slide. We're going to continually upgrade the process, and we might have to tweak it a time or two to get that done, but we're willing to do that because it's very valuable and important to our community. And so in couple upcoming council sessions, I'm going to request a workshop so my fellow council members can hear and even ask a lot of great questions on this issue. So I just wanted to report about that meeting.
Councilmember Soria.
I just wanted to add actually someone else to and adjourn in their memory, actually Carol Beckett, who was a great community advocate here in the city of Fresno and in our community. She was an educator and a principal for Fresno Unified School District. She passed away earlier this week on September 7th, a couple days ago. So just want to also adjourn in her memory.
All right. Those are the council comments we have this morning. So we'll now move on to the approval of the agenda. Madam Clerk, do we have any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
All right. I will now entertain.
Council President.
Councilman Brandau.
I'd like to pull item 2E, and that's a general admin item. It's also 15-763. It's about a skate park. I'd like to pull that item.
Well, 2E is going to be on the general administration, so you want to pull it off the agenda altogether? Okay. So you want to continue it or table it? How do you want?
I would like to continue it, but
okay.
I need to have a discussion about it. And so it'll come back, but I don't know quite when.
Okay, so City Attorney, do we need a date certain when he needs to continue it, or can we just do it?
Under the council rules of procedure, any council member can ask that an item be removed, and it is removed unless the council votes to keep it on.
Okay, so we will just remove that.
Council President, I would like to make a motion to leave the item on the agenda for today, please. Well,
okay,
it's been the reason behind it is because it's been a long process to get this done, and there are a lot of people in the district that I represent who are looking forward to seeing the construction on the skate park begin. So, if possible, I would be opposed to Member Brandau's request that it be removed today.
Okay.
I'd like to hear it today.
Understood. So, City Attorney, in this instance, because Councilmember Brandau asked for the item to be removed first, Councilmember Olivier just made a motion to keep the item on. How do we handle that?
To remain on, then it would take a second and a vote of the majority of the council to keep it on.
Right, but which motion do I take first? Am I taking a motion to take it off or keep it on?
There's really only one motion. The motion is to keep it on. The request to have it removed is automatic unless there's a motion to keep it on.
So right now we have a motion to keep the item on the agenda that overrides the request to remove the item from the agenda. Do I have a second for Councilmember Olivier's motion? Okay, we have a motion. We have a second by Councilmember Soria. City Attorney, I need to take this out to the public for comment before.
No, this is a procedural issue.
Procedural issue? Okay. I'll entertain discussion on the item before we vote on it. Councilmember Olivier, did you have any further comments?
No, I don't want to. I don't have anything else to add except that what I've already stated is that there are people who are looking forward to the construction of the skate park. Folks in that neighborhood really need that facility. I think it's in terms of recreation, that's a no-brainer. I think in terms of public safety, it'd be fantastic to have a venue for young folks to be able to recreate, and right there in the perfect location, right in the heart of the city. So absolutely, I would love to hear the item today. It goes without saying that I want Councilmember Brandau's input on this item. Definitely, I'm sure he's got fantastic things to say that can add to this process. So absolutely, colleagues, I urge a yes vote to keep it on the agenda.
Okay. Councilmember Brandau.
Yeah, really, this comes from my need to have a further conversation about that skate park, so I'm really not prepared to vote on it today. I would love to have that conversation first with staff and find out, a couple of questions about it. I was tossed into a conversation not too long ago about a solar project, and it was amazing what you find out when you get into that staff meeting, and it doesn't always happen right
What
here.
about if we moved it in the day so that you could have a meeting with staff during lunch or something like that?
That really won't work for me, but
Okay.
free to continue with the vote, I guess.
Okay. Councilmember Capriolio.
It seems to me that the skate park that's there now is a temporary park. Is that correct? So it's usable. Kids are there. They can continue to skate and do the things they enjoy doing at a skate park, much like Cary Park in my district at Fresno and Shaw.
Yes, but my understanding is that skate park was a temporary meaning. It should last a limited amount of time, and it's beyond its useful life.
And is that the same situation in my district at Cary Park? It's a temporary skate facility. All the ramps and all are portable and movable and not permanent like we'd like to see.
Let me jump in really quickly. I want to make sure we don't get too far askew in the conversation. We're really discussing the procedural issue right now, more or less, not necessarily, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, not necessarily the full item itself.
That's correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we keep the conversation to the procedure of keeping it on the agenda.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Again, we've all had opportunities to pull different items just to discuss it, and further discussion seems to be beneficial in some of these items, and I don't think it's an unreasonable request.
All right, so we have a motion to keep the item on the agenda. I'm going to have an electronic vote. So a yes vote registers keeping the item 2E on the agenda. A no vote would signify that you'd like to have the item removed. You can vote now.
Yes vote keeps it on the
Yes,
agenda?
yes vote keeps it on the agenda. A no vote would be in opposition to that. Okay, the item passes 5-2 with Council Members Brandau and Capriolio voting no, so the item will remain on the agenda. All right, do we have any other changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, the agenda stays intact. I'll entertain a motion for the agenda. I'll make a motion that we approve the agenda. Do I have a second? Second. All right, all those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. Do I have any council members that would like to remove anything from the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll now take the consent calendar out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on the consent calendar? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? And a second? And I'd like to comment that we'll be taking the full consent calendar, including the joint meeting of the City of Fresno successor agency to the redevelopment agency as well. That item will be included in consent. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We'll now move on to general administration. Item 2A, which is resolution amending the Enterprise Accountability and Oversight Act. Do we have staff for this item? Says the city manager's office.
We brought this item back because it was the council who tabled it at the last meeting for further discussion about who your representative, or there was going to be a change to the council representative. So we have no other additional information to provide.
Council President, if I could jump in here.
Yeah, go right ahead.
At the last meeting, the item pending was to allow one of the mayor's 2 appointments to not be required to have construction experience. And Councilmember Soria also asked that one of the council member appointments not be required to have construction experience. This week, I distributed to council some proposed language to document that. And it simply says it adds, in addition to the mayor's change, that one of the 7 council member appointments shall not be required to have private sector experience in construction. If more than one council member nominates a member without construction experience, the council president shall decide which nominee shall be appointed. So that could be taken as the item today.
All right. That's, yeah, I remember we kind of discussed that. We have a motion to approve. We have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor? Oh, pardon me. Did we go out to the public on this item? We did? Okay. I have a motion to approve this. I have a second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 6-1. Councilmember Olivier in opposition. Item 2B, actions pertaining to the recycled water transmission main Southwest Quadrant Project SW1A. We have staff for that.
Good morning, council members. I'm Kevin Norgard with the Wastewater Management Division of Department of Public Utilities. The item before you, sorry? Is this on? Okay, I'll lean forward. The action items before you, there's 3 of them. The first one is to approve a resolution for the 8th amendment to the annual appropriation resolution number 2015-104, appropriating $7,100,200. The second action item is to award a construction contract for $7,877,153.25 to Floyd Johnson Construction of Clovis, California. The third item is to authorize the Department of Public Utilities to, or his designee, to sign the construction contract on behalf of the city of Fresno. So this item is for the construction of the first 3 miles of the recycled water pipeline. It runs from the recycled water plant out at Jensen and Cornelia north to Cornelia and Whitesbridge. It's 54-inch starting, and then it ends up at 48-inch in diameter pipe. So it's big pipe. As you know, the recycled water master plan adopted in 2013 called for the use of 25,000 acre feet a year of recycled water to offset potable water uses. We began construction in December on the recycled water plant, and it'll be done in October of 2016, producing water. This project is the first of 5 projects in the southwest quadrant that will bring water all the way into downtown and through downtown. It'll serve Roding Park and cemeteries along the way, and Chichansey Park when we get there. We have an SRF loan we've signed. We're waiting on the state to send it back to us, so we'll come back to you to create a new fund to track the funding, and that's a 1% interest rate loan. If this contract isn't awarded today, the 1% loan for the 5 MGD plant goes from 1% to 1.7%. If you have any questions, I'll be available.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. It's in Council District 3. I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation. All right, we have a motion. We second. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. We are now moving on to item 2C, which is actions pertaining to the design of the sewer rehabilitation in Church Avenue. Staff?
Morning, Council. I'm Kevin again. This one's a little bit less money. should be less controversial. Wastewater is seeking the approval of 2 action items for the Church Avenue Sewer Rehab Project. First action item is to approve a consultant agreement in the amount of $68,400 with a $200 contingency to Provost and Pritchard Consulting Group for the professional engineering services associated with that rehab. The second is to authorize the Director of Public Utilities or his designee to sign the contract on behalf of the city. The 2014 Master Sewer System Master Plan that we did identified this stretch of sewer in Church Avenue. It's 5,200 feet roughly. It's 30-inch in diameter, and when we CCTV'd it, we found a bunch of exposed aggregate throughout the whole pipe, and so it's in need of rehabilitation. So this project will, this action item will appropriate the money and award the, well, it won't appropriate the money, but it will award the contract to the design consultant for design and services through construction. I don't have anything else to add. If you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, staff. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation. All right, I have a motion. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Item 2D as in David, actions pertaining to the capital project management of the Urban Water Management Plan annual contract between DPU and CH2M Hill. Staff?
Morning, City Council. Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. With this item, the Department of Public Utilities is requesting the City Council approve the 12th Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution number 2015-104 and Amendment number 4 to the Professional Consultant Agreement with CH2M Hill for Program Management Services. The Fourth Amendment is for an amount not to exceed $1,140,000 and is in addition to the $7,100,000 authorized with Amendment number 3, which was approved by City Council on June 19, 2015. The total not to exceed value for program management services for fiscal year 16 will be increased to $8,240,000 to support the implementation of the Recharge Fresno water projects and include construction management of the recycled water distribution system as outlined in the city's urban water management plan and recycled water master plan. Since being selected in 2013, CH2M Hill has been working closely with DPU water staff to develop and implement a capital management project delivery system. The objective of the capital management delivery system is to deliver high quality capital projects on schedule and on budget for the community. The system has been developed in such a manner that it can be used in the water division, wastewater management division, and other city departments to deliver major complex capital projects. Since Amendment number 3 was approved by City Council in June of this year, Department of Public Utilities has determined that it is in the best interest of the city and the ratepayers to apply the capital project management delivery system to the recycled water distribution system project. Recycled water projects consist of large diameter welded steel pressure pipelines that are nearly identical to the projects being constructed as part of the Water Division's Recharge Fresno program. There are 5 recycled distribution system projects currently either bidding or in design, one of which was just heard on today's council agenda, item 2B, and was approved for immediate start of construction. We've completed negotiations with CH2M Hill to provide construction management services for the recycled water projects and recommend City Council approve the appropriation resolution amendment to allocate the funding and approve amendment number 4 for the not to exceed amount of $1,140,000 for the additional program management services through June 30th of 2016. Be available for any questions.
All right, thanks, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandow.
All right, I missed a little bit of that conversation, but I might ask a question or two that you actually went over, and I apologize for that if that's the case. So we're moving from $7.1 million to 8.24. That's
correct.
Okay, and was that planned? Was that a planned increase, or is that a requested increase?
It was a timing issue. So when we put together amendment number 4 for program management services to fund those services through fiscal year 16, it was a timing issue of, the recycle projects were already underway in design, moving towards bid. we were still developing the construction management procedures and guidelines and implementing those for the Recharge Fresno program. After amendment number 3 was approved by City Council, we got in sync with the wastewater projects, looked at them, similar pipelines, and said, you know, this system is set up to work not only across DPU but other city departments if needed. And so we want to pull in those projects and provide construction management services on those pipelines, which are very similar to what we're also building on the water side.
So we needed CH2M Hill to do that additional management.
Right. This is construction management for the recycled water pipelines, one of which has already been bid and was just awarded a few minutes ago.
Okay. And we couldn't have done the management of that additional work ourselves.
There's other options, you know, but we've looked at it and said, you know, we have, these are very large, complex pipeline projects. We have a system in place for ensuring that the Recharge Fresno projects will be delivered on time, on schedule. That's a promise we made to our ratepayers. These are DPU projects, and we'd like to incorporate these very similar projects into the delivery system using the guidelines, the technique, the staff that we have allocated for these projects.
Okay, so here's the part where you probably answered, and you'd have probably already talked about this and I missed it. So the going from 7.1 to 8.2, could you really clearly say what additional management they're going to need to give us on that again, without just saying Amendment 3, Amendment 4, but what exactly are they going to manage for that additional money?
We are adding projects. So there are 5 recycled water pipeline projects that are, you know, pipelines that are in range of 54-inch diameter and decreasing as it moves into the city. Those 5 projects were not part of Amendment number 3. So we incorporate those into underneath the program management umbrella of services, and the construction management of those pipelines, those services are $1.1 million.
Okay.
So that's the additional 1.1.
So
It's to provide construction management services on the recycled water pipeline projects.
Okay, so it's the management of the installation of 5 pipelines.
Yes, 5 packages. It's okay. One pipeline. It's one long pipeline split up into 5 packages currently.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Soria.
So kind of on the same line. So you just said, so we just approved right in the previous item.
Right, item 2B.
Yes.
Was package 1 of the recycled water project.
And so can you help me understand, that was specifically in District 3, and so here we claim that it's citywide. So can you explain that distinction, please?
Yeah, well, program management services, the contract with CH2M Hill is citywide. So it's the contract that we are you know, we've contracted with CH2M Hill to provide us program management services for the delivery of the Recharge Fresno program, the overall program. And so that contract is managing projects citywide.
But
we're incorporating these projects in, which would be located in District 3, into the citywide program management contract.
So the program management contract that we have currently is citywide, but the increase that we're doing is specifically for District 3. It's not clear as to how it's noted here. I just want to make sure that we understand that the increase is not going to benefit, I guess, in terms of, or it's not going to happen, the management's not going to happen elsewhere in the city, but the management. I mean,
the construction is going to incur in District 3.
Okay, so that was just
the benefit is that's recycled water that's delivered to the city that offsets our groundwater pumping that benefits the entire city.
And okay, that was just the question that I had. Thank you.
Right. So I had a few questions on the item as well. I assume that my colleagues would have cleared it all up for me before they got to me, but that appears not to be the case. So just, this was the question I had when I first, reviewed this item. We're increasing the threshold on their contract, right?
For CH2M Hill. Yes.
Right, for CH2M Hill. And the reason we're doing that is because we're adding projects for them to now manage.
That's correct.
That initially we didn't contemplate them managing.
Right. When amendment number 3 was approved on June 19th of this year, that amendment did not contemplate the construction management of these recycled water pipeline projects.
Talk to me a little bit about why that was, because I know that a lot of times these capital projects tend to be in the pipeline for a long time, where we don't plan them overnight. So assuming that these 5 projects have kind of been in the works for a while, why didn't we contemplate that when we did our amendment number 3?
So we initially set up the program management services for the delivery of the Recharge Fresno programs project. And that's on the water side. That's the potable water, the Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility, the raw water pipeline to get that water to that facility, and then the regional transmission mains to get that out across the city. At the same time, the recycled water projects were underway in design. And as we developed the Recharge Fresno program with CH2M Hill, we looked at the recycled water projects and said these projects are very similar. The pipelines are essentially identical. They're welded steel pipe. They're large diameter. And being that they're within the same department, we said our ratepayers would benefit by utilizing the systems, the tools, the guidelines, the processes and procedures that we're going to deliver Recharge Fresno with, and deliver utilize that to ensure that construction goes smoothly and we deliver the recycled water projects on time.
Yeah, no.
I understand the rationale. So that was, we were working to that. When amendment number 3 was approved, we just weren't ready at that point to include that in the fee. We were still developing the construction side of things. The Southeast plant right now is out to bid. We haven't started construction on the Recharge Fresno projects. These recycle projects are a little bit ahead, and so now we've jumped to it and said, okay, we've got these tools, we have these systems in place. We want to incorporate these projects into underneath the program management contract and utilize those services for effective delivery.
Okay, so
it was just a timing issue.
Yeah,
we weren't ready yet. Now we are.
Yeah, and the rationale makes sense. I guess what I've been trying to wrestle with is, it just seems like communicating, the fact that this was going to happen to us probably would have been a more appropriate route to take, to say, hey, FYI, we have a few other capital projects in the works that are going to tie into this contract work that they're doing. So we fully anticipate to be asking for some increases in their appropriation level in the next few months, or whatever the case is. Because at this point, what it feels like is that, you asked for $7.1 million and we said, okay. And then it's like, oh, well, wait a minute, we really need some more because we all of a sudden have these new projects, when really that's not the case. Really, you had these projects all along. You kind of figured that they may be a part of what you may need them to manage, but you weren't ready to ask for it at the time we did the appropriation.
Right. So we weren't fully ready to make that decision yet that we were going to utilize the program management contract for the recycled water projects. That decision was made and confirmed after amendment number 3 was adopted. So yes, we apologize we didn't bring it up back in June. It would have been good to just incorporate it into one amendment.
Or at least a heads up would have been good. I mean,
right.
even somewhere in the report to say that we fully expect that we'll need to amend this because we're not quite ready to assess a dollar amount to this appropriation. But just really quickly, so would this be considered a sole source? I mean, in a normal situation, would we have taken this package out to bid? Let me be honest with you. I'm setting you up on a question here, because what I do know is I know that CH2M really has a certain level of expertise on these issues that not everyone has, and I definitely recognize the reality of really continuity of work and what we're trying to do. But because we are bringing it back separately, is this something that are we sole sourcing this to them today?
No, I wouldn't say that. When we advertised for program management services, we were advertising for the delivery of the capital program that was identified in the city's Metropolitan Water Resources Management Plan and further in the Urban Water Management Plan. That includes recycled water. So part of our water portfolio calls for the delivery of 25,000 acre-feet of recycled water in order to balance out our groundwater and utilizing groundwater, conjunctive use groundwater and surface water. So with that, we gave ourselves the flexibility to apply the program management services not only to the water side but also to the recycled water projects as well. So in that case, I wouldn't say that we are sole sourcing to CH2M Hill. We're just extending the services to what we had already considered.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that for the record because obviously we're awarding another big contract. So listen, I have you can tell by the manner of my question, I have a little issue with the manner in which we did this. I think we probably could have communicated this a little bit better. In the future we will, but I understand the need for it. And this is all new for us, so I'm all about allowing a little flexibility, but just in the future, if you guys know that you're going to have to come back and ask for more money, tell us, hey, FYI, even if it's somewhere in the staff report, be ready. That would have helped out probably a lot, at least with me personally. So I'll make a motion that we approve staff's recommendation on the item. Councilmember Soria.
I just had a couple other questions to ask that came to mind when my colleague was asking. So we may be expanding, right, in terms of to other districts as we move forward. This is kind of the beginning of the recycling project or recycled water project. Is that correct?
Right. This is the.
Okay, so if we are, and I'm assuming we have some type of plan in terms of expansion. I know that obviously this issue for me is, I think, important. I think using recycled water and reusing the water that we have available for landscape and so forth is great. I just want to make sure, I think along the lines, as my council colleague noted, we probably will have to do this again, because if we're looking to expand, do we anticipate that we would continue to contract with CH2M Hill for future construction management of other recycled water pipeline?
Currently, the plan is for the Recharge Fresno as well as the recycled water projects. What you can anticipate is an amendment annually, and going forward, we will include the water and the recycled water projects in one annual amendment to fund their services for each fiscal year. So instead of bringing back an amendment in the middle of the fiscal year, it would be one amendment. And that's where we would describe the services that CH2M Hill will be providing during that fiscal year.
Do we have a plan laid out as to how we're going to do it? I know that we've started right now in just District 3, but I'm assuming we have a plan as to how we're going to lay it out kind of citywide.
For the recycled water?
Yes.
Right. The city has a recycled water master plan, and that's what's being implemented. And this is, there's an upgrade going on out at the regional wastewater facility to increase the level of treatment, to produce tertiary water, recycled water. And then this is the first phase of pipeline. There's 5 pipeline packages right now that are either bidding or in design. And this is the first phase that's going to start construction.
How many phases of this? How many phases are we going to have?
There's currently 5 packages right now that are
part of phase
recycled
1.
Water. What's that?
That are part of phase 1.
Right, and then in the future, as we ramp up from this initial treatment plant upgrade to eventually 25,000, there will be other pipelines down the road that will deliver that water throughout the city.
And so we will I'm assuming either one, we're going to put this in the budget next year for, if it's called phase 2 of the expansion of the recycled treatment plant, or are we going to come back and say it's an amendment in the appropriation? How is that going to happen?
So the recycled water program that we're moving is in the urban water management plan. It's probably about a $230 million program. And so we're going to be coming back to you, like the one you just did today, 2B, you're going to be doing a lot of those pipeline projects. We've also got in the mix the possibility of a treatment plant out at a recycled water treatment plant out at Granite Park. That'll have some distribution systems associated with that. We're looking at putting one out at the airport. We've got this package that you're looking at right now, this phase 1 package for the Southwest is one. We're also going to have pipelines that go into the Northeast and go out to the Northwest. So again, it's about $230 million worth of projects we're going to be bringing to you in the next say 12, 14 months. And on an annual basis, what we'd like to do on the program management contract is every year in May, June, this is the program management services we need for this next coming year. And as Mike indicated, we just had a timing issue. It was a left-hand, right-hand, water, wastewater, and I started looking at it, I was like, these are exactly the same kinds of pipelines. This needs to be part of the delivery system. So that was my just wasn't watching what we were doing on the 230 million. My eye was on the 429 million, and suddenly I looked at it and going, wow, that's exactly what we need to be combining these things together. So we have a map that identifies where the pipelines are going to be going, and we have another map that shows where we're roughly putting these recycled water facilities out in the system. So it's going to be the beginning of a lot of construction contracts you guys will be looking at over the next few months.
And so I guess because we are anticipating future contracts, and I'm not an expert in terms of how these contracts are put together, but if we know we're going to do other pipeline projects along the same lines, why isn't it that we have one proposal to include all of the management of all these? If we're anticipating that the project is going to be for the 14th month, I want to be able to understand why we're piecemealing it, because it seems like a much more efficient way would be to do a one-time appropriation for the management of the project if we are looking at projects being done over a life of 14 months.
Right.
At least that was
correct.
what I would think.
So on the program management side, the way that contract was negotiated at the outset was that has to come back to you every year as a separate amendment. So we do year one amendment, year two, and we just finished our third year amendment. So every year that has to come back to the council for approval for program management. And what we do is we work as a staff to figure out what are the things that we'll have the program manager do, what are the things that we'll do, and so we do a workload forecast for the entire year. Based on that workload forecast, that's how we come up with the services to be provided for that year. So in about, well, whatever that'll be, May, June, we will have been planning for what do we need to do for fiscal year 2017 at that point. Yeah, because right now we know what we need to do for fiscal year 16. We just had to add this work because it's more work and it was more project. Next year, we'll come back to you with a full package that is, these are the recycle water program management requirements we need. These are the Recharge Fresno program requirements we need. And that'll come to you as one amendment, and we won't come to you in a mid-year for another one. But every year, we look at what is the workload forecast that we need in terms of inspectors, engineers, designers, specialty inspections.
I'm just wondering why we couldn't do it all at once, because it seems like if you issue a contract one time bundle it up, maybe the cost would be less in terms of the management, because we know we're going to be doing this project for more than 1 year. So why wouldn't we bundle it up into one? I think I have a number of questions, so I don't know if I'd feel comfortable today voting on this. So I don't know, I would maybe make a motion to continue the item if we can sit down and just get a better understanding of the... Yeah,
we could certainly do that, but just a point of clarification, Councilmember, that's exactly what we did. The reason it comes back every year is that we entered into a multi-year agreement to manage Recharge Fresno, which includes the recycled water component, and we hired CH2M Hill for that purpose. But rather than just awarding the contract and then leaving it up to staff to negotiate year after year what the fees are going to be based on the scope of work, as Mr. Escueda explained, we have chosen to come back to you every year with that agreement amendment, or what the next year's costs are going to be based on the work anticipated, in order to provide you in a lot of ways an update as to what we're going to do. And as staff indicated, when they first put the scope of work together for the recycled water projects, this wasn't one of the components they were considering. But understand the director and I have talked about the ability to deliver these projects in a timely manner. Some of it's driven by me, and discussions with the director about getting these projects out on the street and delivering them. We're a little late on the recycled water projects. So this is, again, part of an ongoing agreement Council awarded about 3 years ago to help us manage these capital projects, and an effort within the Utilities Department to start delivering these projects as anticipated at the time that the rates were approved by the Council about 2009. Again, we'd be happy to meet and explain, because I understand how that can be a little
And
confusing.
I wasn't
Yeah,
here
you don't have
when
the
you guys-
background.
yeah.
I understand completely,
So
but
I'd appreciate a little
it was
bit.
the economies of scale that we get by entering into a multi-year agreement, knowing that these projects could take up to 5 years to deliver in totality.
Okay. Councilmember Brand. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you finished, Councilmember Soraya? Yes. Councilmember Brand.
I have serious doubts on this project, and I'll tell you why. It started really with the solar panel project that we did a couple weeks ago that identified one, problems, I believe, in the RFP, RFQ process, and two, problems in the bid process. And that, my understanding is that's going to go back out to bid, correct? Okay. And what I did is I went back and even looked at the original contract that we approved in 2013. And one thing we can't do, we can't go on autopilot on these large projects. It's not a reflection of trust. It's a matter of good business. And these are so complex, it's hard for laymen just to come out there and say, well, was it 2 million or 4 million? But there are principles we can follow and procedures we can use that can measure to make sure we're doing it properly. And I understand that, for the question earlier, that this is done sequentially. You can't, everything is done one step at a time and one links to the other one. You can't basically start 4 projects at once. But I understand that part. But for this council, this is really, when you add the water infrastructure program, about $430 million, and the wastewater capital, we're over $500 million.
Easy.
This is by far the biggest capital project in the history of Fresno, public works project. And because of that, I understand, and I understood back in 2013, the need to hire a program manager. I know we didn't have the staff, and the sheer size and volume of what we're going to do justified having a world-class professional project manager, okay? But my problem is getting my hands around, I'm going back in hindsight at the contract on really the scope of duties and how far it goes for a program manager. Because based on what I read, how we go forward, they have the potential to be a monopoly, and there's good things in that, and that things get done. There's also bad things in that they're not done competitively, you know, and the processes I've identified, you've got the design process, construction, actual construction, quality control, inspections, third-party independent inspections, and construction manager. In other words, you can have a overall, the scope of this project, an overall project manager. You could, for example, do the water treatment plant, have a construction manager and a contractor. I understand that, but I don't think we're putting enough emphasis on our role as watchdogs in following this process out. And I think we need to start setting criteria, so how we measure and decide what's expedient and what's going to be in the best interest of ratepayers. And then the contract, you know, CH2 and Hill have a limit of $10 million. That's their total liability to the city of Fresno. Yet they're responsible for a $500 million project. And in theory, that's pretty light, okay? And on the actual insurance policy, this is another issue, risk management. We're only requiring $2 million on the aggregate in liability and E&O insurance. And yet again, we're doing this $500 million project. And I know on some smaller contractors, we're asking people with contracts under $1 million to have the same kind of coverage. So at least on the surface, it doesn't make sense that what we're doing in terms of insurance requirements and risk management is not in proportion to what we're doing. And I looked at their schedule of fees, and I'm not trying to pick on CH2, but it outlines a range from clerks all the way up to program managers, and it goes like from, say, $50 an hour up to, say, $350 an hour. And they have the right in their contract to add a multiplier effect of 3.15. So, for example, if we were paying $350 an hour for a high-level director at their company, using the factor that they have in their contract, they have the right to do, that multiplier brings that to $1,102 an hour. And they can add $5 an hour more for technology, having a cell phone, a laptop, I don't know. And even on a clerk, or let's say a subcontractor, if they got a subcontractor and the subcontractor pays their people $30 an hour, when you add what CH2 and Hill can add on, they're $94.50 an hour. With the $5, you're close to $100 an hour. That's a lot of money. Okay, there's a lot of questions out there, and again, I'm not saying these aren't prevail. I know attorneys charge $400 an hour. We have to keep our eyes on it, and I don't understand the 3.15. What I've looked at in my research, most of them are 2 and less. I know if you pay somebody an hourly wage, you have 15% payroll taxes. I don't see the workers' comp rate on an engineer being high like a painter, like a drywall person, a roofer. So 5%, health insurance, so on. I mean, when I do biz, I use 1.5. Safely covers all the overhead. So 3.1, again, it's the signed contract, but it seems high. But these are the kind of things we need to look at to make sure we're doing it right, okay? And this item before us, it's $1.14 million, okay? And to my knowledge, CH2 and Hill, they were part of the design process. They basically laid it out. Am I correct?
Not on this particular project. This project was designed by a different company.
Okay. But
in fact, all the projects are designed by different companies.
But basically, they are going to do it themselves. They've not, to my knowledge, ran a competitive process on this 1.14. And this is the question of what latitude do we let this program manager step in and do these things. And again, I'm not saying they don't have the contractual authority, they do, but we have a responsibility here in the council to make sure that's exercised properly. And I believe, and again, a lot of this emanates from our discussions on that solar project, that this should have been bid out. In fact, I'm going to come back to that. The Exhibit A, which is, and I'm going to go back to these affordable housing projects. When I came here, they were just thrown out there. Nobody questioned them. Well, I started asking for detailed line items. I wanted to say, why is it $200,000 a unit? So here, and I make no pretense to be an expert in DPU projects, but it's $1.1 million, and it says refer to Exhibit A. All Exhibit A is a generic description. There's no details at all. There's no labor cost, engineering cost, architectural cost, material cost. I want to see all those details. And this is certainly $1 million. And now I want to get this thing set properly as we go forward because, as you know, Tommy, we have this huge project in front of us. And I don't want to come back at the end of the day when I finish here or I'm gone and say, well, this $400 million project became $500 million. I want it to come under budget. And I think now's the opportunity for all of us to step in and make sure that that's the final product. I'm not saying it's not going to be the project. I want to make sure that's how it ends. One of the items that was in the original October 31st, 2013 staff report said that the company would, this is being CH2, would maximize involvement of local business and create opportunities for economic development. I don't really see that happening yet on this deal, and I want to see that. And again, if local people aren't qualified, I understand, but this is a major jobs project. This could probably generate direct and indirect probably 1,000 jobs. I like to see our local community benefit as much as possible to get this. So, for me personally, I want to see this bid out. Okay, and in the future, I'll be glad to talk to you and anybody else to say and justify when there may be a circumstance for sole sourcing, for by time and expediency. But I don't see this. The other thing we need to look at as a council is basically reevaluate the entire risk management process, because I'm seeing This started last year where these small contractors come to me and they're saying, I'm building a fourplex and they want me to get a $10 million liability policy. Doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you're private, you're putting $1 million, maybe a $2 million aggregate. And then on the solar project we saw, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the requirements was to have environmental insurance on a solar project. That I say, well, if you're doing mold or asbestos, those kind of things, yeah, you have to have that kind of. We used to do that, so I know what it costs for those policies. Is that an overkill? Okay, and this whole process needs to be reevaluated. So one, we're protecting the interests of the city of Fresno, and more importantly, we're being fair and business-like standards based on the size and complexity of each project that we're doing. And the final thing that this really embraces is the whole RFP, RFQ process. I think we have to, and again, this is our biggest one, the light's shining the brightest, and I have a lot of confidence in you as a manager, but I just want to make sure as we go forward, we do this properly, and everybody's engaged, and we all, at the end of the day, can say we made the best process in a business-like way. So for me personally, I know it's being continued. I'm okay with that, but my vote would be to redo the RFP, to have it bid out.
Respond? Okay, so let's talk about where we are. We are in the next 48 months, not even 48 now, it's about 46 months, this city, this department is going to spend about $600 million. Never before, ever been done. And we took a lot of comments during the rate plan process about you've never done it before, and had the whole laundry list of places that it just never happened. Just that we kind of stumbled and we fell. Prior to me getting here, the decision was made we're going to get a program manager on board. And as I've been involved in the project now and seeing that move forward, that has helped us keep this thing on schedule to this point right now. Without that, we just would not have allowed this to keep on schedule where we're opening bids like we are now and trying to stay on schedule. With regard to the CH2M Hill contract and the program management, now that I've got my hands around both the water and the wastewater, the decision I've made in cooperation with the city managers that our greatest risk on this program is in the pipeline projects, because we're going to be opening up streets, getting in front of businesses, getting in front of entryway. That's where the greatest risk for this city is. And so we have a system in place. We have all the systems in place to build pipeline jobs. I can't afford to have have different consultants working construction management 5 different ways. I've really got to get one set of program management tools, systems, and communications for the pipelines, because they need to be done the same throughout the city. CH2M Hill will not be doing the construction management for the water plant. I don't need them to do the water plant because I don't have a lot of risk there, even though the contract says they should be, they would be the program manager in construction management. They're not going to do anything on the water plant. They won't do anything on any site. At the water plant, at the wastewater plant site, they won't be doing it there. When we build these new recycle water treatment facilities, they won't be doing that work. We're focusing them and targeting them exclusively at the pipelines. The manager and I and our friends in Public Works have a lot of meetings with contractors about pipeline jobs that just don't go well. We've got to get better at doing pipeline jobs. We just, as a city, if we're going to be better and do the things that we say we're going to do, we have to get good at doing pipeline jobs. So we have created a whole construction management system around doing pipeline jobs. We're currently using it at the T4 site down there on Ventura and Santa Clara, I think it is, right there at that intersection. And so we've got that up and running, and we're moving forward with that. But the idea that we would want to, again, I'm not opposed to opening up for an RFP, but it's just that we would have, there's going to be a point in this time in this project where we'll probably have about 15 different contractors opening up the street all over the place. It is important and imperative that we have that done consistently the same way. There's only one overlying set of tools that we're using, and that's the program that we've built with them, with our staff. And so that's our focus on this particular project. We're getting this started. Again, T4 started. We've got this running. They'll get started on this. And then the other program management elements will just move to other people, because the greatest risk this city has is in opening up the streets and building pipelines, and that's where we're focusing them. That's why we're applying them to this particular program.
Yeah. Hey, really quick. I'm sorry, Councilman Brand. I'm gonna interrupt you just momentarily, because I want to allow, we have some 10-15 scheduled communication. Okay, and all I was going to say is I still have several council members left up to speak, so I'll let you wind down your comments right here, and then we're going to take our 10:15 scheduled communication, and we'll come back to this. So,
but it's final, Tommy. I thank you for the the explanation, but some of the stuff within their contract, which is all legal because that's our contract, is inherently pricey, and I think that's when we make those decisions to engage RFPs and see if we can get something, on a more competitive basis. So I'm just trying to do what's right, for, the ratepayers,
right,
and make sure that we do our job. We finish. I know there's a lot of pressure on you, a lot of stuff to do, a lot of work, and it's never been done before. So I'll be there as a resource 100% to help you out. And that was one of the ideas when Clint and I did the oversight board, was to have this independent board. And I'm going to emphasize again why we wanted professionals, because it's really a complex project that we're doing here that get independent eyes, because it doesn't hurt to have more transparency and independent eyes.
Not at all.
And it's not a reflection on you or even CH2 and Hill. This is our responsibility to do this. And anyway, thank you, Tommy.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Tommy. We're gonna pause this item momentarily, and I'm gonna call up our 10:15 scheduled communication. Do we have George Aguilar, Al Maki, Mario Soto, and Juan Behar here? You all have 3 minutes. So.
Good morning, honorable members of the council. You'll recall that on November 20th of last year, we came before you to discuss the presence of Uber operating the ride-sharing service here in Fresno, and the issue we presented whether or not the city of Fresno can or should impose regulations on Uber, or in the alternative, lessen the regulatory burden on the traditional taxis. And we were told that we would get an answer in a couple of months, and to date we received no answer or any type of policy statement, and the council is basically the same makeup except for one member, I believe. And we realize it's a local issue, but many municipalities across the city, or across the state, have issued laws regulating Uber, like the city of Los Angeles imposed regulations for airport operations. San Francisco has been very aggressive, and there's a pending bill in the assembly regarding that there be background checks on Uber operators. And also, EDD has issued a statement that considers drivers of Uber to be independent contractors. And we have no record of local Uber drivers maintaining city tax accounts. No taxes are being paid. And at the same time, Uber is becoming more and more entrenched. They have an office here at Van Ness and Los Angeles Street, yet there's no record of them contributing any tax revenue for the city. And we're wondering if we can come today and make some type of request wherein the city issues a policy statement, or if we can have some type of feedback or input as to what the city is going to take any action in the form of lessening the regulations on traditional taxis, or imposing some type of regulation on Uber and their operations. Because as we said in our previous documents, that the traditional taxis are part of the public transportation scheme in the city of Fresno. And although there isn't a lot of tourism here for taxi service, requests for taxi service because of lack of tourism, a lot of people depend on traditional taxis at the beginning of the month to do errands and stuff like that, and the presence of Uber is destroying the traditional taxi industry here in the city. And we were wondering if the city will make some type of policy statement or something like that, or have some type of workshop
All right. So your time's expired, and I want to kind of manage your expectations today. We won't be engaging in a policy discussion today, but I do know that Councilmember Olivier, who's been engaged with y'all, wanted to make a comment today. So, Councilmember Olivier.
I have a few remarks. Can I make them after all the speakers, Mr. President?
They only have one. There's only one scheduled communicator for 3 minutes.
He's the only speaker?
Yeah, there was one
Other
speaker.
speakers, if you don't mind.
Oh, I
Just
thought they had
minutes.
No,
I thought there were 4 or 5 that applied.
No, there's one scheduled
Okay.
communication for 3 minutes, yeah. The other ones can speak in unscheduled communication, but we have one scheduled communicator for 3 minutes. Well, let me be fair. We are in scheduled communication. So you all had 3 minutes for scheduled communication. What I'll do now in the interest of this, and I'm going to open it up to unscheduled communication. How many speakers do you all have?
Well,
how many speakers do you all have?
Well, like you say.
Hold on. How many speakers are here to speak on this issue? Please. Will it be 3? Okay, I will allow 3. I will allow you and 2 other speakers 3 minutes, and then we will close it down. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks, and then I'll make a few remarks after.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. That sounds better because 3 minutes for one person wasn't unfair. Anyway, my name is Mario Soto. I'm on the paper over there. The main reason we are over here because we keep on talking to the council members for about 3 times so far. We're talking to city managers, and there is no action over here. And we're dying. If you go to the street right now, when Uber started to work in Fresno, there were about 150 taxis around city. Now we only have 60. The reason why, because the field is not level to be competing with them. They charging a lot or less money because we're spending too much money to put a taxi on the road. Just let me mention to you this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. In order to bring a car as a taxi on the street, first thing we have to do, take it to the inspection with qualified mechanic shop, $125 every year. Then go to the Western Measures and check the meter every year, another $120. And then we have to come to the city of Fresno and have another inspection over here, which right now the main point we're requesting is if we can take away the city inspection. For us, it's unnecessarily because we're repeating inspection with the mechanical, and the city is almost the same thing. And we pay money both places. $225 to the city just to put one sticker on the back of the car says we are authorized to be a taxi. We can't compete with Uber like that. I'm telling you, people right now is taking Uber not because the service, it's because they are cheap than us. We're sitting on the street over there in front of the bars. People see our taxis, they ignore us because they're going with the cheap. Why they are cheap? Because they're not spending money to put the cars on the way. Their drivers, they don't go to the regular check background like a city does with us. Fingerprints. They just go in the computer, giving any information they wanted, and they hire anybody and put them on the spot right there. Our industry, in order to put one driver in the road, the people coming to work, they have to start spending $260. People not looking for spending money. People is looking to come to work and make money. And besides that, we had to wait 2 months and a half for the city authorize the driver to get on the road, drive the taxi. That's not fair. We need city to help us solve our regulations and let us to compete with Uber. If you guys do that with us, I'm very sure we're going to get back in business. Other than that, we're going to be out of the business. And I don't understand how everybody, everywhere you go, they said they are protecting and helping small businesses. Here, looks like a not, because Uber is a big company and everybody protecting them and leave us alone. That's not fair. We need to work too. Thank you.
All right. We have another speaker.
Good morning, members of City of Fresno. My name is Juan Bejar. I work for the spca cab company. I've been working for almost 40 years here in Fresno. And then I see so many different rules they have right now of the Uber have been working here in Fresno. Of course, everybody has to do something to make some money. But for the taxi service, we're not making enough money to cover all the bills. We pay a lot of money for insurance every year, almost $5,000 a year. Uber, how much they pay? Okay, how much they pay the Uber's drivers to work in Fresno? How much they pay for the permits? We spend about $150 to $200 for the permit every year. We spend about the insurance for the cars, and we spend a lot of money for keep the taxi cabs in good condition for the people, for the customers here in Fresno. We didn't make enough money to continue to win the taxi service the way we're doing. We just want something to do about it, to work the same like Uber is doing, with no permits, with regular driver license, like they are doing, or they can work like the same thing like us we are working. Because we spend, like I say, a lot of money for that. These companies, anybody say, because this is a smartphone I can call to the taxi. This is the only way these guys are making money for the telephone. We are making money. We pay dispatcher. We pay a lot of mechanical service and everything like that. We have to keep the taxi cabs in good service, a good cooperation. So we want to hear something about you guys. Any answer about what we're going to do in the future or to solve something, please. Thanks so much.
All right, are those all your speakers that you have here today for? Okay, all right, very good. Okay, Councilmember Olivier, all the speakers have concluded.
Thank you, Council President Baines. I just wanted to share a couple of insights with this body and with also City Manager. And I have had the pleasure of working with the people in this room who are our taxi drivers in our community over the course of the past year or so. You might remember the first thing that we did as a council was they came to us, I guess the first time was about 2.5, 3 years ago, when the city taxi regulations were requiring them to turn in their cabs and get new ones at 7 years, when those vehicles reached 7 years old. Taxi came to me. I agreed that that was an onerous regulation because if they could stretch more life out of their cabs, it would be more beneficial to them. I thought it was a regulation that interfered a little bit too much with small business. And working with City Manager Rudd and the mayor and then this council body, we voted to extend the life of their cabs by 3 years. By the time a taxi cab hits 10 years, it's really reached the end of its useful life anyway. So we basically eliminated a regulation that was able to help them. They came to me again on this issue when he said I guess in November of last year. And I explained to them that, I think somebody said, well, a lot of the regulation and discussion regarding Uber and Lyft and ride sharing is a state issue, and I was able to coordinate a meeting with Assemblymember Patterson for a couple of the advocates that are in this room to make that happen. I also sat down with City Attorney Sloan. I think he had some staff in a number of the meetings. Some of these meetings we had, folks, we had like 10, 14 members of our taxi driving community in these meetings in the conference rooms here in the city, and I know we had at least 2 or 3. What I told them was, and just to give a quick background, when the airport was redone, the city manager can correct me if I'm wrong, but when the airport was redone in the early 2000s, it was all part of a push to bring people to Fresno, bring new companies in to do business here, to create interest in partnering with Fresno and building here. The idea was you come into Fresno, you see a torn apart airport, and then you get into a crummy taxi. It doesn't give you the confidence that Fresno is a place you want to do business. So it was part of a comprehensive strategy. The terminal was redone, the grounds were changed and improved, and taxis were regulated at this time. And the taxis were required to conform to this series of regulations in an effort to put our best foot forward here in the city of Fresno. I told the groups that I believe that these regulations had outlived their usefulness, that because of with the addition of rideshare with Uber and with Lyft, and also this, you got to remember that this is an industry that's still heavily regulated by our friends in Sacramento. So even if the city were to step back and say, we're not going to regulate the taxis anymore as a city, they would still have to conform with a set of meddlesome state regulations. So what I did was I asked the city attorney to draw up and I also told our friends, I said, I am not the council member that's going to bring forward the regulation of Uber and of Lyft. I said, if it's your goal to regulate Uber and Lyft, and if it's your goal to sue Uber and Lyft here in the city of Fresno, then I'm not the council member for you, and you have to meet with someone else that could bring that item forward. And I told him that, right, Al and Mario, I looked you in the eye, I said, I'm not your guy. And so what I told them that I would do is I would champion a complete deregulation of taxis here in the city of Fresno. Again, state regulations would stay in place, but we wouldn't tax these drivers anymore. I think the annual tax it's minuscule. So it repealed the tax on our taxi drivers to make them level with Uber. I wanted to try to level the playing field with our small business people with who they're competing with. Let's face it, Uber and Lyft are not regulated by the city of Fresno, and the situation in Sacramento is in its very nascent stages. So what I wanted to do was, as a city, level the playing field as much as we possibly could. And by getting out of the way, I thought that really was a good step forward to doing that. So I have here in my hand a completed, that our city attorney's staff spent hours and hours writing, a completed ordinance that would deregulate your industry. Now, there may be people, I have council colleagues who are probably thinking, oh, this is awful, I can't vote for this, and that's okay. But here it is, to bring forward and have a discussion. That's something that I believe that would be a good first step towards helping your industry. And so I think maybe we might be able to craft as a body, either adopt this the way it is, or we might be able to craft as a body something else. Now, Councilmember Soria brought to my attention that City of Long Beach tried something, because City of Long Beach, obviously, it's a comparably sized city. They have a big taxi fleet, but also it's a very just by its proximity to Los Angeles, they're very avant-garde and they're very tech savvy, and so Uber and Lyft are also very popular in Long Beach. What the city of Long Beach did was something similar to what I wanted to do here, was get out of the way. City of Long Beach, which Doug, I believe that this repeals the city setting the taxis rates. That's correct. That's part of this package, right? Is that we would no longer, as an organization, set the rates that these people can charge. We haven't looked at it.
There's some minimal regulations that state law requires that we impose as a city. Right. And this is to purely follow the minimal state regulations, and I think we are required to set approve the rates.
Because Long Beach is no longer setting the rate that taxis can charge. So this might take some looking into. But so Long Beach is no longer managing the trade in your industry. And I think that will probably go a long way to help you to compete. But this was all ready to go. And your representatives approached me in my office days before this was coming to council and requested that I pull it. So this died, and there was no public discussion about what to do and whether or not the city should manage taxi trade. So we have been working on it. We've been working really hard on it. We've been spending taxpayer money having our legal team write this thing up, and it never came. So my ask for you now is the same as the ask that I had for you 6 months ago. Do you want us to take control of this and possibly set you free of some taxes and some regulations so that you can better compete? Or do you want this body to regulate Uber and Lyft, which I don't believe this body will do? So that's my question for our friends in the taxi industry today. And moving forward, I'll be happy to take another meeting with you. I'll be happy to take 10 more meetings with you. So we can do that going forward. But because of the nature of the agenda item, there's no, we can't vote today.
Thank you, Councilmember Olivia.
If you can do it in 10 seconds, because I know the council president's very interested.
I'm sorry. No, this is not an agenda.
We'll do a meeting.
This is not a full discussion today on this issue. So Councilmember Olivier,
Thank you.
We've been given a lot of latitude in this issue, so if you can meet with them separately, and Councilmember Olivier's office will work with you, and there's an opportunity for this to come back and have a fully agendized public discussion on it, and we'd be happy to entertain that, okay? Okay.
I'll meet you guys in the lobby right now, and then I'll be right back.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but we really do need to try to do our best to stay on task. We have a lot of people here for important items today, and we can't even vote on this one. So I'm going to reconvene item 2D. The floor was Lee Brand's. Councilmember Brand, did you finish your line of questioning? You had? Okay. Councilmember Capriolio, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tommy, on the physical impact that was attached to our binder, page 5 of 5.
Find it. Yep.
Give you a minute there.
No, go ahead. Yes. Got it.
Okay, it indicates the amendment will not impact the general fund. What part of this process, if any, comes from the general fund? Is this just this one is not going to impact our general fund, but other parts have or will?
Good point. Yeah, I think that's a standard note we put just right out the front. This is not impact the general fund. None of the projects and programs we'll be bringing to you, part of this $600 million program effort, will come out of the general fund. So that'll be a standard statement we put in there just to clarify.
Just want to make sure that's accurate. Then the next paragraph says the funds do exist for this project in the sewer enterprise fund. So that makes sense to me. Then the next sentence, I'm a little confused because it says the AAR will fully fund the construction management for this fiscal year. However, upon return of the fully executed SRF loan agreement from the state, an additional AAR will be brought before the council to create a new bond fund. That one kind of jumps at me, to ensure the reporting and accounting is acceptable to the clean water SRF managers. What the heck does that mean?
Yeah, so that's a discussion that the manager and I have on a weekly basis. So we have as the city manager indicated, the rates that were approved for the wastewater utility in 2010, we raised rates in 2010, were intended to fund this recycled water program. It's now 5 years later, 6 years later, and we're going to do it. We have the cash in the wastewater enterprise to fund this project. However, the state SRF folks have indicated that we can fund this for you with a low interest loan. And so so right now we're coming to you to cash fund it. Once we sign the SRF agreement, we'll come back and we'll say, hey, we don't have to use our cash. We can use now this low interest SRF money. However, before it comes to you, the city manager and I will have a discussion on, do we really want to do that? Do we just want to burn down the cash that we took that we charged the citizens back starting in 2010 to fund this program? So we have the ability to low interest, low finance it, or we can cash finance it, and then that'll be something the city manager and I talk about before we bring that back to you.
So you're processing which is the best resource to fund this particular aspect.
It's good to have options, and so we have options on this one, and so we'll just look at the financials and figure out which is in the best interest of the utility.
Because there were some assumptions when the rate was adopted. Things have changed. Again, we have this loan, which is a lower interest rate or borrowing cost than what we assumed at the time. We also have a direction from council to keep all of our utility rates unchanged for the next 4.5 years. So this cash that we have now may be used to help provide that or meet that expectation or direction by council. So we're looking at those options, and then, as the director pointed out, we'll be back with what our recommendation is, keeping in mind the goal is to keep all of our utility rates flat for the next 4.5 years.
Perfect. That was my next question, the impact on our ratepayers, and you've answered that, and I appreciate that. And I also appreciate your commitment to your pipeline jobs and your staff and city manager for trying to keep this project, although it's massive, under control and within budget, and hopefully quicker in time than we anticipate. So appreciate that, and I also agree with Councilmember Brand's comments on what we're trying to do here in a watchdog fashion, and it sounds like we're all on the same page and we're all working quite well toward that goal, and I think that's really important for the ratepayers and for our city in general. So thanks for your leadership.
Right. And just on that point, I appreciate that. So there's the magnitude of the dollars we're spending, which is one thing. But for these pipeline projects, there's nothing like them in the city of Fresno. We don't have any 72-inch welded steel pipelines. We don't have any 66-inch welded steel pipelines, 60-inch welded steel pipeline, 54. We don't have any of that. That's what we're building. Those are the kinds of facilities that are going to come out of this program. So while the dollars are big, the scale of these facilities we're building have just never been done in the city of Fresno in the history of however long we've been around in the late 1800s. So, the idea that we have to have a system that helps us manage these things that have never been built, it's not like it's a pipeline job. These are big pipeline jobs, like the one when UCLA broke, that 66-inch that broke and flooded UCLA. The thing I thought about was, we don't have any of those. But pretty soon, we're going to have some of those. I mean, we're going to be on that scale of New York City, Houston, San Francisco, LA. We're going to have those kinds of facilities, and that's what we're building. And so the idea that we need to have a very systematic program of getting those in the ground. It's not easy getting something that big in the ground, and we need to have some control over that. So that's what we're proposing here to you, is a method to control that construction, that progress, and keep that thing on schedule and on budget.
And of course, that includes a safety element as well.
Exactly.
So we want to keep it safe for our citizens.
We've talked about that with the program team. Nobody gets hurt on this job. I mean, that was the standard I set out for them, is that nobody gets hurt. So we have a safety person that we're bringing on board as part of that, specializing in construction safety.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to support this project.
Councilmember Brandow. Well, okay, after having that break, I kind of cooled my jets, but I think we have a motion and a second on the floor to continue the item. And it seems to me like there needs to be some meetings taken for some real serious understanding of what's going on. I think we're almost at a workshop level, when we were going to kick this up over $1 million and begin the connection of two major projects in the city of Fresno. So, and the fact I might not have even said that correctly shows that I need to have a meeting. So I'll take personal meetings with Tommy, but I think we might be at that workshop level to see how this rolls out going forward. So
Agreed,
I would
yeah.
just be supportive of voting on the motion.
Okay, yeah, I have a couple more council members punched up, and as soon as we get through the dialogue, we'll vote on the motion. Councilmember Brand.
I wanted to clarify that I'm not asking for the RFP to go back on the program manager. I was referring strictly to this one project before us and for those future projects that come out. Okay, so there's no confusion.
No.
Thank you.
Councilmember Olivier is punched up, but I see he's not here right now. So we have a motion on the floor. Councilmember Soria.
I just have a question in regards to our oversight committee and how this plays into it. So just to understand the process in how our oversight committee oversees this, are they going to see this before, these types of contracts before, or I'm just trying to understand the process and the role with this oversight committee, if you guys can kind of speak to that.
I think the administration and DP are kind of looking for some definition on how that rolls out, specifically what the agendas might look like, how frequently would meet, what information would be important to the oversight committee. Our expectation would be that this type of information will be brought to that body in anticipation of bringing it to the council. That's our current thinking, but we haven't had a chance to sit down and understand how that'll be organized and roll out.
And let me add, we've got a number of other projects that Siege Tomb Hill's already under contract. Surface water treatment plant's a good example.
Right.
They're going to be providing the information, and a workshop would probably be helpful, but also those appointees to the oversight committee should probably be in attendance as well, because there are certain disciplines, and it'll be important for CH2M Hill to show the technology or the reporting and how to read some of these reports and how we're going to put some of this stuff up on the web. And so their role is to not just provide the director and myself these reports so that we can effectively manage the timeliness and the delivering of these projects, but also providing this information to the Oversight Committee so they too understand and are able to track and manage and ask questions as far as delivering of certain packages or milestones or things like that. But their role, and if we were to issue an RFP for some other projects, my expectation is that whoever we selected would be providing the same level of information in detail to both the administration as well as the council and the Oversight Committee.
Yeah, so let me step in really quick. We have a motion on the floor, and I want to ask a quick question. Tommy, is this issue time sensitive?
You just awarded a $7 million contract before this one. This construction management is for that project. So
Okay.
I would say it's time sensitive, that we'd like to keep this thing on schedule. We want to get that contractor going, get his submittals in, get his shop drawings, and start moving down the road.
Sure. Let me ask my colleagues, Councilmember Soria, would you be interested in having a date that you would bring this back? I know you're asking for a continuance. Is there a time that you think would?
I believe the next meeting is at the end of that. When is our next meeting scheduled? The 20th?
24th.
24th.
It seems like that's the earliest.
Would
And
that-
so in between now and then, I at least would like to sit down and have a better understanding, I think.
So you'd have a
given-
comfort level bringing it back on the 24th?
I would.
Okay. Because I'm not necessarily sure that a couple of weeks is going to throw everything off, especially if it gain us gain my colleagues some clarity. So that's why I was asking about the time sensitivity in your personal timeline on that. Councilmember Brandow, you're the second. Is the next council meeting work for both of you? Okay, I can certainly. So let me just say this. Unless we have some grave reservations from council members about why we need to move this forward today, I can be supportive of a continuance for 2 weeks so we can allow council members to have a little more clarity on this issue. So I think that, do I have any council members that are absolutely opposed to continuing for 2 weeks? Okay, because I think we have a consensus, I mean, for the most part. City Attorney, we can take this by consensus to continue it, or do I need to?
Yes, unless anyone objects.
Okay. Okay. All right. Then we'll continue this for till our September 24th meeting, our next meeting. We don't need to have it timed because it wasn't timed right now, right? Okay. So I had a couple of council members punched up. Do you all still need to say anything? Councilmember Olivier or Capriolio? Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
We'll see you next time. Okay. Now moving on to item 2E. We have an approval of a memorandum of understanding with Building Healthy Communities and Street League Skateboarding Foundation to construct a permanent skate park at Romaine Park. Staff?
Good morning, council members. I'm here to recommend that you approve a memorandum of understanding with Building Healthy Communities and Street League Skateboarding Foundation to construct a permanent skate park at Romaine Park, and also authorize the Director of Parks to execute and submitting all necessary documents related to the skate park, including the MOU with BHC and SLSF. Romaine Community Center, Romaine Park is a park located in an extremely underserved area and gets a lot of use from that community surrounding that area. Located in the park is a skate park which is approximately 10 years old. It's the modular model. It's not a permanent in-ground type of skate park, and over the years has received a lot of wear. Street League, both the California Endowment and Building Healthy Communities recognized that a new, more modern skate park would really benefit the community, and approached the department several years ago on the possibility of upgrading the type of skate park that presently exists out there. the California Endowment or the Building Healthy Communities then contracted with Street League Skateboarding Foundation to actually conduct 2 design workshops and also construct the skate park that will hopefully be located over there. There were 2 design workshops, and both workshops were extremely well intended. One had a little over 150 young people attending. The final one had close to 200 people there. And to me, what was extremely interesting was that we had BMX participants and skateboard enthusiasts. If you know anything about the skateboard and BMX culture, these are 2 groups that very seldom, if ever, really communicate with one another. But because of the design elements that are being proposed in this new facility, both groups came together and discussed how both of their needs could be met, and actually walked away very comfortable with the proposed plan. The department feels that this skate park will really benefit the community, and it's something that we just do not presently have the funding for. As I mentioned earlier, the skate park that presently exists over at Romaine is a modular skate park, which is the type that's bolted into the ground. Although this skate park is not going to be built into the ground, the features are going to be concrete, and it's going to be much more resilient and able to withstand a lot more abuse than the temporary modular skate parks that we presently have in many of our parks. With us today is Sarah Reyes, the California Endowment Regional Program Manager for the Central Valley, and Sandra Celadon Castro with Building Healthy Communities, and she's the hub manager. If you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them at this time.
All right, thank you, staff. We'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Olivier.
Thank you, Council President. We had a little bit of discussion a little bit earlier in this meeting about whether the item should come forward today for discussion. Council members, 2 of them wanted a little bit more time. I think time is really the issue. I've been in contact with the folks from BHC for a number of months about the importance of this project and what it means to my constituents, people who live near there, actually people from all over the city that will come to take advantage of this facility. So I'm very much in favor of moving this forward. There's no impact to the general fund on this one. I think it's an example of something great that we can do when we partner up with our community groups. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve. We have okay, but I would like to ask. I'd like to vet a number of questions. Manuel, it's okay, not from you. Actually, from someone from BHC or California Endowment that would like. I'd like to talk a little bit about air pollution. The question that I have about air pollution. How far from the freeway will the skate park be?
That actually might be a better question for Mr. Molinetto, who actually has the
do you know?
Plan.
Can you just yell out? Don't go too far.
It's actually adjacent to a significant freeway interchange, so I would say probably at the farthest or at the closest point, it's probably going to be within less than 100 yards.
Less than 100 yards from a significant freeway interchange. Okay. Senator, what was kind of the genesis of picking this location?
Well, as you know, Fresno Building Healthy Communities kicked off in 2010 after a 2-year community engagement process where we identified priorities of residents, young people, and everyone, in particularly in South Fresno. One of the areas that came up time and time again was the need and the desire for more and better parks. And so in the last 5 years, we've been working to identify how we can make some investments and how we can draw investments to our city. And what we've heard from young people that we've been engaging over the years, as you may recall, I think it was last year, we shared a community survey that we conducted with over 250 young people in Fresno. that identified their number one priority as having access to more recreation opportunities and more green space. Out of those conversations, we also identified the desire for a skate park in South Fresno. What we heard from young people was the fact that they had to travel, sometimes take up to 3 buses to get to a facility that provided them that opportunity. And so what we did, we continued to engage not just young people, but other folks in the community about what would be the best place to have a skate park. We identified Romaine because it has a temporary skate park already, so it didn't appear to be a big pool. And so after that, we approached the California Endowment to bring some investment into that specific facility after talking with the Parks Department about if that was a viable option. So it really is a culmination of the last 5 years.
Was air quality, and obviously we're going to have young people exerting themselves underneath 2 freeways, was air quality a consideration when choosing this location?
Yes, definitely. However, due to the cost, we had to look at parks that are already built that have the structure and the facility in place. And so Romaine was one of those parks that, again, already has a temporary structure. And so short of, moving the entire park, which we know would take a lot longer and require a lot more investment, this was the best option.
Manuel, the distance from the freeways of the skate park and the distance of Martin Ray Riley Park, which is at Chestnut and 180, which one is further or closer from the freeway?
I've not measured.
Are they comparable? I mean, I can see them in my head because I go there.
I would say they're comparable or fairly close, give or take maybe 20 or 30 yards.
Okay, so it's comparable. So I don't know if we have any air pollution experts here or people who are active. I mean, obviously, Sandra and Ms. Reyes, you're air pollution activists in our community. Is the air pollution comparable or worse where the interchange exists? Or is there less air pollution perhaps at Martin Ray Riley?
I think, thank you, council member. I think most of the air advocates kind of went, she is. So when you said I was an air advocate. But I will tell you this. When we were approached to help fund this park, we did look at several locations. One of them, in all honesty, was under the San Pablo Park. I don't know what it's actually called right now. Is that what it's called? San Pablo Park, under the freeway. And we really looked at that. And the fact that it was under the freeway and that the pollution that would be around that park was not a good thing. We are a health foundation. That was not a good location for us. And then we looked again, obviously, in our BHC site that we have been investing in. And really, when we looked down to the basics, it was where is there a skate park in this BHC location. And Romaine was really the only one. I mean, they have a BMX park at Mosqueda, and we did look at that location. Unfortunately, they didn't want to take away the BMX park, and we heard that loud and clear from the young people. And so we chose and worked with the city and the parks director for the Romaine Park. Is it the perfect location? I don't know. We can probably debate that on any given day. But it is one that I think that is good because it already draws young people to that location.
At a number of events, I've been to BHC events, and I understand it's, the organization advocates for more and better parks and parks that are not close to freeways. And I've heard that many times from the meetings that I've had a privilege of attending with BHC. So I've often heard the term poison park. Would you consider the skate park to be a poison park, and how would you defend the construction of this park in this location to people who would characterize it as being poison or unhealthy?
Well, I've lived here all my life in Fresno. I am proud to say I'm a Fresnan, have never heard Romaine playground referred to as a poison park. So I have to tell you, I've never heard that. I know that you have gotten into discussion and debate with air advocates around Martin Riley Park. And I don't want to get in the middle of that. You and I have joked about it on numerous occasions, and I don't want to get in the middle of that. And so I think it would be appropriate for you to ask those folks that you have gotten in that debate with to have that conversation. Unfortunately, I don't want to enter into that debate today.
And I thank you for that, and I do appreciate it. And I'm not trying to make any case or anything like that. I just wanted to know if it was the position of the California Endowment or of Building Healthy Communities, if the skate park is not unhealthy, is it the position of your organizations that Martin Ray Riley Park is also not unhealthy?
So I thank you for that. I actually want to clarify on behalf of Fresno Building Healthy Communities, we do advocate and will continue to advocate for more and better parks, and we're committed to working in collaboration with the city and other partners that we identify to get to that. We have never referred to any park as a poison park. I think that there's definitely a number of voices at the table that agree that the city of Fresno needs more parks. And we agree with that statement. We've never made the statement that there are poison parks. And as Sarah mentioned, we had to look at what was already there. And Romaine was the best park available at the time. So short of building more parks, which we support and we will continue to figure out a way to do that, we do support more and better parks. And we believe that parks are very important to health.
And thank you. And this is my final question would be, so just because you have partnered with us and because your organizations are going to actually turn dirt and build something fantastic for kids that abuts a freeway, then that's an endorsement that some parks by freeways are okay.
I would tell you right now that the California Endowment is not interested in getting involved in this debate. The California Endowment is interested in investing in this community, and especially within our BHC site, which is the south and central and southwest and southeast part of the city, which we believe deserves investment. And we will leave that debate to you and others who are very capable of having that debate on any given day.
Mm-hmm. And Sandra, is that also BHC? I mean, is the fact that we're going to construct basically a place where young people are going to be doing cardio in the shadow of a freeway, is this an endorsement from BHC that some parks by freeways are okay?
This is an endorsement from BHC that we are committed to creating more green space and more recreational opportunities for young people and all citizens of our city and our county. So again, like Sarah mentioned, it's not that's not the conversation that Fresno BHC has been engaged in. So it's really just an endorsement that we are committed to creating more and better parks.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I thank you so much for your hard work on this, and it's going to be fantastic. I can't wait. I wish it could be done tomorrow. Manuel, can you finish it tomorrow? Okay. Well, can we get it done? So I do thank you very much. I'd love to see this move forward, and I thank my colleagues and also the two of you for your patience with me today. So I was happy to make that motion to approve, and happy for the second. So I'm very happy to move on. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Olivier, a second by Councilmember Soria. Next up, we have Councilmember Capriello.
Thank you, Council President. Looking on the fiscal impact of this project, it says no additional impact on general fund. Does that mean zero? When you say additional, it kind of...
That is correct. The expected cost for the entire project is approximately $340,000, and that's all being funded through the California Endowment.
Thank you. I would urge you to consider Cary Park. I mentioned it earlier. It seems to meet the criteria that we've discussed today, and it's in the heart, I call it the heart of the city, but central Fresno, and I think it qualifies for that type of funding. So please consider that, and if we can meet and talk about it, I'd be more than happy to do that, but I think we qualify at Cary Park. And thank you for supporting our community enhancing this facility for the benefit of our youth and adult skaters too. There's quite a few adult skaters as well, so thank you.
Councilmember Brandow.
A couple questions on, so if it's no impact to the general fund, how is the park being paid for?
The park?
Yeah, the skate park.
Oh, the funding, it's my understanding that the funding actually is coming through the California Foundation and through the Building Healthy Communities. What they've done is they've contracted with the Street League Skateboarding Foundation to do the design work and actually the construction of the project.
So it's coming from the Street League Skateboarding Foundation?
No,
there's a foundation there?
No, the California Endowment is actually funding the project.
Okay, so is it a grant, or did they raise the money? Is it come from their bank account?
I think Ms. Reyes would probably be better to answer that question for you.
Councilmember Brandow, and I'm pleased to tell you that I am your new constituent.
Right on.
So just to let you know that. And we are a private foundation, health foundation here in California. We are the largest health foundation and in the top 5 health foundations throughout the nation. And so the money is being granted through Fresno Building Healthy Communities in partnership with the California Street League Foundation. And we've already built 2 other parks similar like this in the city of Los Angeles. And because I represent the Central Valley at the California Endowment, I fight internally constantly to make sure that we make our investments in the Central Valley as well. And on this one, I won because we are the 3rd one to be built by the endowment, and the money is coming out of our bank account.
Okay, so it's not a grant that was
It is a
applied
grant.
for.
So we do not do RFPs, as maybe you are familiar with the city.
Yes.
So we do make grants. That is our business. We did grant this money, but we are now in a 10-year place-based initiative, which is one of the locations in the city of Fresno, which is in West, Southeast, and Central Fresno. And so we're making this investment here. We don't do RFPs, but we do grants to better our communities that we're working in.
So Sarah, it wasn't that the city of Fresno couldn't have applied for this grant?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. Cool. Thank you, and welcome to District 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm done.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? No. Item passes 6-1. Councilman Brandow in opposition. Thank you. All right.
We do anticipate that we can turn dirt quickly, and that we hope that this will be done in 90 days. We invite all of you to come, including you, Councilmember Brandow, to cut the ribbon and maybe try one of the ramps or one of the tricks that might be out there. We will have probably Rob Deirdrick there, who is very well known, and we think it's going to be a good Christmas present for all those skaters in town.
All right, thank you, and we look forward to having Councilmember Olivier on some skates. All right, so next up we have item 2F to approve an extension of a 5-year lease purchase finance agreement with Kansas State Bank in the amount of $2.9 million to acquire police vehicles and hardware. Staff.
Good morning, Council President, Council members. Jim Shad with the Department of Transportation. As the President mentioned, we are recommending that Council approve entering into an agreement with Kansas State Bank to lease purchase roughly about $2 million worth of police equipment. That would include 50 patrol cars, 14 enforcement motorcycles, and 4 support vans. It's a 5-year term, and the interest rate, this is our 3rd cycle, I should say, of purchasing police equipment, primarily patrol cars. The interest rate is at 3.389, which Kansas State Bank has held for the last 3 cycles. This would be the 3rd go-around. We've purchased 100 patrol cars and other items in the previous lease agreements. In this particular case, we would own the vehicles at the end of the 5-year term. And I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero. Oh, I'm sorry, come right on down.
Good morning, Council. My name is Richard B. Renteria. I live in Council District 3. I'm up here to question the continual financing of the vehicles through Kansas State Bank. To me, it sounds like it was a credit rating problem, or we wouldn't be in Kansas borrowing money from a bank in Kansas, which is probably funded from New York, I believe. Anyway, my point is, why aren't we funding our vehicles with banks that are here actually in Fresno? Like banks like United Security Bank, or banks like Bank of the West. Why are we not borrowing money from these people and funding our police department or our fire department? And I'll tell you why. Because we owe Bank of the West $5 million loan at $400,000 a year for 20 years. If we didn't have that loan, we wouldn't have to be borrowing the money from an out-of-state bank. Also, we owe United Security Bank $15 million plus loss of the Fresno Metropolitan Museum, plus $1.2 million in mechanic liens. We lost $28 million in renovation to the Met. We lost money in consultation fees, $2.3 million on the mall. We've had arguments and disagreements here. I've seen the chief of police speak in the front of you guys, asking for money during the budget reductions. And Councilman Browndell says that the police improvements are not going as fast as they think they should. When you look at all the money we've spent and our credit rating and the loss of jobs because of bad stewards of our finances and bad investments, I'm embarrassed to say that we're borrowing from the state of Kansas to support the city of Fresno Police Department. Thank you.
Do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Quintero.
Good morning. In your report, you mentioned the purchase of 14 motorcycles.
Yes.
What kind?
We will go out to bid, and that will be open to anybody that can meet the performance requirements that we identified.
Okay, so what we would be approving today then, the motorcycles, the vehicles and hardware, all that is going out to bid? All we're doing is approving the money?
Yes, this item today just approves the financing. The patrol cars, we intended to piggyback off of the Los Angeles County Police Department, or Sheriff's Department. The motorcycles, we intended to go out with a bid specification of our own. And the 2 or 4 vans we would also put out to bid.
Yeah, because I remember last time we approved motorcycles, we went with what, BMWs?
Yes, there was some concern about.
And it wasn't a local vendor as well, so that's why I'm asking the question.
We want to give everybody the opportunity to bid on those motorcycles this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
No problem, Councilmember Quintero. You know, I do have a question, actually. So it's interesting, and I don't know if you have the answer to this question, but our speaker asked the question that I was going to ask, actually. I noticed in the staff report that we only had one bidder that responded to the city's request for financial proposal. You may not have the answer to this question. And it was Kansas State Bank. And I'm wondering if you have any insight on why that is the case, why only one person responded to that.
I think you're probably correct. I'm not the best person to ask.
And that's okay. I don't want you to start guessing. If you don't know, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you not knowing. But I'll ask our city manager then. You know, Bruce, in all honesty, we just kind of went through this and with our solar project where we only had one bidder, and I realized this was back in 2013. But the only question I had, you know, we're all supportive of obviously buying new police equipment. I mean, we know we need that, but I am curious as to why we are using a Kansas State bank. I mean, the loan amount for this one doesn't seem that high. I mean, it's only a few million. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not $100 million loan or something like that. It's, you know, a $3 million loan. Is there any reason why we could not have used a local bank?
Jim, is this a continuation of the?
This is a continuation, and I think part of the reason we chose to go with Kansas State Bank was them keeping that interest rate back to the 2013 levels. We could competitively bid it or go out and look for folks again, but we're seeing the feds already threatening to raise interest rates. I don't think we'll get a better interest rate than what we have here.
Yeah, but we don't actually know that though, right?
No, we don't know.
Okay.
So what we can do, because this is going to be a continuation, because we cannot afford to cash or pay cash for replacing of the police fleet and the fire fleet, and it's
yeah, and
that's what we could do. This is Jim indicated, this is just a continuation of an agreement that we entered into a couple of years ago. They were the only ones at that time, given our financial situation, that was willing to give us a line of credit. We can certainly, for future procurements, go out and see if we can get a better rate, but you know, we're talking about just a little north of 3%. I don't know if a local bank or a local lending institution is going to be much more competitive than that.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. I've kind of heard that before, and I've realized that that's not always the case with our local folks, right? We have a lot more capacity in Fresno than I think we give ourselves credit for. So obviously I'm not interested in holding this item up today, but I would like to know, and maybe from you, Bruce, is why we only got one response, and if any of our local banks in 2013 even looked at our opportunity for financing. And in the future, I'd like to make sure that we realize some things in our RFP process, that we are quite honestly asking some things that are disqualifying our local vendors that would otherwise have capacity. So, and again, not so much for this particular item, but going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's given the change in condition financially that this organization is in now compared to where we were in 2013, when folks were still assuming we were about this far from bankruptcy. This is a good time for us to go back out and test the market and see. There might be a higher level of confidence, especially at the local level, with our solvency than there may have been in 2013, when there was a lot of discussion about us getting ready to fold up the tent and go off into the night. Yeah. So we will go out and start soliciting new proposals.
Yeah,
no. Are we looking for? I believe we're also looking back into the blanket lease financing.
Yes, we are looking to try to do a global lease. So again, changing conditions, absolutely agree. We will go forward doing that.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Capriolio.
I make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Councilmember Soria, second.
I just wanted to echo some of the same concerns that my council colleague raised, and I understand, you know, your comments, Bruce, about in 2013 in terms of where the city was financially and how maybe this was the only bank at the time that would give us the best deal. But I think for future, I would also like to see us, especially really looking at our local banks, because it is these institutions that, you know, not only are supporting our community and giving back. So I think it's in our best interest if we can get a good deal here locally, working with our local financial institutions who ultimately are also giving back to the community and investing. So I'd like to see that as well. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion by Councilmember Capriolio. We have a second by Councilmember Quintero. All those in favor? All opposed? Item passes 7-0. Thanks, staff. Item 2G, we have a workshop on the consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. With this being a workshop item, just as a point of order, we will not be taking public comment because we won't be voting today on the item. So this is just a conversation between staff and the council members.
When I came to load it. Good morning. Jennifer Clark, Director of Development and Resource Management. Today we'll be presenting a short workshop on the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, otherwise known as the CAPER, which in draft form has been published for public review prior to submittal to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD. The draft is not a final document and will not be final until it is accepted by the department. As this is the last year of the consolidated plan, the format is in transition from prior year documents, moving toward the complete online submission of all planning and reporting documents. This is important to note that this is the first year that the document has been presented in workshop form to the Housing and Community Development Commission and to the City Council. It was important to us to ensure that the City Council and the Commission commissioners and the public were aware of the programming that was completed during the prior program year. The report covers the period July 1, 2014 through June 30th, 2015. This is considered the HUD program year 2014 and the city's fiscal year 2015. Before I start on the review of last year's accomplishments, I would like to provide you a very brief update on our commitment to provide regular updates to the City Council and HCDC. The city manager, assistant city manager, staff, and I continue to have standing conference calls with our HUD reps. Our HUD rep informed us that she has reviewed the consolidated plan for FY 2015 through 19 and the annual action plan for 2015 and has forwarded them to the congressional office for approval. Once the city receives the congressional approval, we will enter into our annual allocation agreement. This is significantly earlier than past years, so I'd like to recognize staff for their hard work on this particular program this year.
I'm gonna stop right there because it is significant. Our previous action plan was approved about a month ago. So the fact that the one that we just submitted has now been approved and been moved forward for congressional approval is a significant. We're 11 months ahead of the last one. So I want to also congratulate Jennifer and her team, and then also acknowledge the help and support that we've gotten from HUD in moving that item forward. So sorry Jennifer, when there's something to celebrate, we should take the time to celebrate. So again, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Additionally, the results of the July 2015 monitoring visit are pending from HUD, but we anticipate receiving a letter or notification within the next 30 days. We will continue to have we do continue to have outstanding issues related to the 2012 monitoring. HUD is still reviewing supporting documentation provided by the city, and the conclusion of their analysis is still unknown. Once we receive a status from HUD, we will inform the City Council. Our next scheduled quarterly update based on our current progress of this year will be in October. So back to the consolidated plan. Is it on? It's not on. Okay. So the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report is a document that is prepared annually to inform HUD and the public of the status of the program funds for all of the formula programs. This includes Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnerships Act, Emergency Solutions Grant, and Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS. The report includes a summary of the consolidated plan goals for the period covered, an overview of the approved annual action plan budget, a listing of the projects completed, underway, planned, and/or canceled during the period covered, and a summary of actions taken which changed the program during the year. For programs which served individuals, the report identifies demographic information about the beneficiaries themselves. The city can choose to use maps, narratives, charts, tables, or other tools to describe its programs. No specific format is required. However, the city chose to use a format that was provided by HUD as guidance, although it is now a more outdated format. The format right now is primarily online, but the format that we chose provides the reader with a clear outline of the information rather than random tables printed from the online reporting system. We do recognize that since this may be the first time many are reviewing the document, it is dense with information. We have received some feedback already on how to improve the readability and the clarity of the CAPER. The CAPER also encourages the city to describe other activities it undertook that were eligible for funding with the federal dollars, but that the city used other sources of revenue such as the city's general fund or other state or local funds or grants. The level of other investment clearly shows that the city is supplementing ongoing activities with the federal funds reviewed here. There is a 15-day public review period where the public can view the report and provide comments, which are subsequently included with the report. We intentionally selected the midpoint of the review period to present this workshop to ensure that the public would be aware that the report was available for review and to encourage the public to read the report. The CAPER is available at the main library in downtown Fresno, online on the Housing Division website, and in City Hall at the Housing Division counter, the DARM administration counter, and in the city clerk's office. Public comments on the report will be accepted through Friday, September 18th. At this time, I will turn over the presentation to Mr. Jose Trujillo, who is the housing manager, to provide an overview of the accomplishments over the past year.
Good morning, Council. As stated previously, the CAPER is a report card which identifies what the goals were and what was accomplished. During the next segment of this presentation, I will break down each of the established priorities from the 2010-2014 Consolidated Plan and identify a few of the accomplishments for the goal. Additionally, we will provide some photos or some slides of photos of some of the projects. The CON Plan categorized its priorities into general housing, non-housing community development, anti-poverty, and program monitoring goals. The General Housing Plan identified 4 priorities: new construction of affordable housing, housing rehabilitation and acquisition, residential displacement and relocation, and general plan implementation. In new construction of affordable housing, 113 units of new rental housing units were completed, and construction started on 45 new units of rental housing and 9 units of owner-occupied housing. In housing rehabilitation and acquisition, work commenced on 233 units of existing substandard rental housing and 19 units of existing substandard owner-occupied housing. In residential displacement and relocation, 1,644 housing safety cases were initiated and revitalization assessments were completed in 2 neighborhoods, El Dorado Park and Yukomi. Additionally, lead paint was remediated in 42 homes with children under the age of 6. Planning work in Southwest Fresno was initiated, and planning in Southeast Fresno was identified to implement the general plan. Many projects are multi-year in nature due to complexity of funding and construction timelines. These are carried over to future budget years until the project is complete. Sierra Gateway 2 was completed in December of 2014, 3 years after the award of the home funds. The project constructed 68 new units, 67 of which were designated as home-assisted units available to low and very low-income seniors. $990,000 of home funds were leveraged with a Section 202 loan. Another multi-year project was the acquisition and demolition of the Droge building to construct 45 new units in the City View project. While the planning and redevelopment of the site took much longer than the project itself, this contract was issued in August of 2012 and completed in January of 2015. $1.8 million of home funds was leveraged with low-income housing tax credits. Viking Village was a major rehabilitation of 40 units of affordable family rental housing. The contract began in September of 2013 and was completed in July 2015, just after the reporting period closed for this current caper. The $1 million in home was leveraged by low-income housing tax credits. While the project is now listed as complete, it was officially completed in July 13th of 2015. Also under contract in September of 2013 was Cedar Courts. This project is a major rehabilitation of 2 affordable rental housing complexes for a total of 193 units. This project is nearing completion. Fultonia West and Cedar Heights is a scattered site new construction contract that was also contracted in September of 2013. As of July 1st, the project was 40% complete. If you drive down Fulton Street today, you'll see a much more completed project, and the 2 sites will provide a total of 45 units of affordable rental housing. These are just 5 examples of projects that were committed in prior years and carried over into the current year. Projects not completed in this fiscal year will carry over into the next fiscal year until completed. Due to the size and complexity of these projects, completion will take more than a year. The non-housing development plan identified 2 priorities: public facilities and crime awareness. A few highlights include completion of work on 7 park facilities and reconstruction of 11 street segments, including curb, gutter, sidewalk, and crosswalk facilities, as well as the commencement of 8 additional street segments. Additional investments of non-HUD funds include $1.3 million in Props 1C funds for park facilities and improvements. The graffiti team was responsible for abating 637,911 square feet of blight in CDBG target neighborhoods, 553,647 square feet of blight in CDBG eligible neighborhoods, and 614,905 square feet of blight in the remainder of the city's neighborhoods. This is a total of 1.8 million square feet of graffiti removed. 65% of the work was completed in eligible neighborhoods, but only 53% of the cost was charged to the federal funds. There were nearly $600,000 in park facility improvement projects planned. At Holmes Park, the exterior bathrooms were replaced with a prefab concrete restroom in June of 2015. Other projects, park projects included a tot lot replacement at Chandler Park, an HVAC replacement at Frank H. Ballpark, bleacher replacement at Holmes Community Center, installation of an ADA-compliant lift in the pool at Mary Ella Brown, which was completed with non-federal funds, sand filtration system was replaced at Mosquito Pool, an HVAC replacement at Pinedale Community Center, a permanent ADA bleacher was replaced at Romaine Community Center, and an oven replacement at Ted C. Wills Community Center. Some projects, such as the planned bathroom upgrade at Quigley Park, were not completed during the fiscal year due to time constraints. These may be reevaluated and completed with new allocations in the upcoming year. Another multi-year capital program includes neighborhood street work. Sometimes projects are identified in the budget by name, such as reconstruction of Almy and Roy streets in Southwest Fresno, while others are grouped into neighborhood street improvement programs. All are typically multi-year in nature due to environmental clearance, engineering, bidding, and construction work that is necessary to be completed before dirt is turned. As a multi-year program, Almy and Roy Streets has received NEPA clearance and is currently undergoing engineering and right-of-way acquisition. Next, we will phase the approach to bidding and construction. This project is anticipated to be funded over multiple fiscal years and to be completed over multiple construction phases. Other neighborhood streets were completed using CDBG funds, such as Holt seen in the photo, which included pavement, reconstruction, and ADA barrier access to removal. Some CDBG eligible neighborhoods are also received street reconstruction, utilizing gas tax funds as a supplement to the federal funds, such as Swift Street seen above. As previously stated, graffiti removal is one of the city's best tools to deter crime, remove blight, and improve neighborhoods. Based upon the success rate of the program, nearly 98% of all graffiti is removed within 24 hours. Many neighborhoods are unaware of the importance of this program. The anti-poverty plan identified 3 priorities: emergency and transitional housing, prevention of homelessness, and permanent housing for homeless, external support and coordination of services, and economic development. Some of the notable accomplishments include Housing First outreach to 480 homeless persons, including shelter prevention services, rapid rehousing, and case management for 68 chronically homeless persons. Provision of supportive services to 593 senior citizens through daily meal and activity programs. After-school programming to over 650 at-risk youth. Assisting 155 domestic violence victims and their families, including 219 children. Service for 149 homeless youth. And direct funding to 26 contracts to local small businesses for construction of rehabilitation projects. The city funds just some of the many activities in the community around the issues of homelessness. Last year, the city expended over $500,000 of eligible shelter, outreach, rapid rehousing, and prevention services. Another $5+ million is received annually in by local service agencies, which have partnered to reduce chronic homelessness by 40%, according to the 2015 point-in-time survey. Matt Point at Poverello House serves as a one-stop shop for all of the partners in the coordinated access and housing matching system. In the month of August alone, the Matt Point saw 135 new individuals who were hoping to connect with housing, mental services, medical services, employment, and legal services, among others. The after-school program is designed to provide a safe and enriching environment for kids and teens to participate in recreational and service-oriented activities. The after-school program is offered at 10 locations and utilizes trained staff to provide various recreational activities for youths and teens. Programs provided at each site include arts and crafts, dance, drama, cooking classes, karate, fitness, holiday special events, sports leagues, homework assistance, cultural awareness, community outreach, and nutrition. Programs are offered Monday through Friday from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., excluding the 3 major holidays, which are Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's. All of the participants are also able to receive a free snack, which is provided with partnership through Fresno EOC. The Summer Fun Camp is a 6-week program for youth ages 6 to 14. This camp operates Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., and provides a variety of themed activities to help stimulate creative expression and physical fitness. Activities that are provided during the Summer Fun Camp are large group games, physical fitness, nutrition, art programs, performing arts, cultural awareness, various field trips, and team building activities. Each child that participates in the camp receives a lunch and a healthy snack, which is provided through partnership with Fresno EOC. Another parks program, the Senior Meals Hot Meals program, has been run and operated by the Parks Department since 1984. The program currently operates at 6 sites, which include the Lafayette Neighborhood Park, Mary Ella Brown Community Center, Mosqueda Community Center, Pinedale Community Center, Senior Citizens Village, and the Ted C. Wills Community Center. The program operates Monday through Friday throughout the year except holidays. Seniors 60 years of age and older attending the program are provided with a healthy and nutritious meal in a safe and friendly setting, which emphasizes a congregate meal environment that stresses socialization. In fiscal year 2015, the program served 38,042 meals. The Senior Hot Meals program provides site coordinator-led recreational activities, which include bingo, board games, and arts and crafts. The program utilizes volunteers who assist with seniors' exercise activities. And also offered our ceramics, watercolor painting, and potlucks. A monthly Saturday dance is conducted by the program, which enables the seniors to come out and show their latest dance moves to the music of local area disc jockeys. Seniors who attend the program are able to meet new friends, participate in activities, and enjoy the caring and professional park staff that serves them daily. The federal funds supplement the general fund and grant revenue by 4 to every $6 in non-HUD resources. One of the most important things that is accomplished each year is the programmatic oversight. This was discussed extensively in June during the Consolidated Plan and Annual Action Plan development. And during 2014-2015, the division conducted over 400 monitoring visits to construction, rehabilitation, social service projects to ensure compliance with program guidelines. This included on-site annual review of 18 completed multifamily housing projects, including physical inspections, financial overviews, and client file monitoring. These are projects that were completed in prior years, but still require annual monitoring for compliance with federal regulations. Construction inspections of 43 active property construction and rehabilitation projects, including work scope, compliance, lead abatement, and safety monitoring, and annual occupancy certifications. On-site reviews of service providers for ESG program monitoring included client file reviews and financial monitoring. The past year included expenditures to local agencies and subrecipients of over $3 million, or 1/3 of the total expenditure. Now I will return the presentation to Jennifer, who will summarize the evaluation of the programming, and we are available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. I would say that a lot was accomplished last year. We haven't traditionally produced this report as a workshop for the council, and I think we learned a lot in doing this. We learned that we did a lot last year, and it's really kind of fun to talk about all of the great accomplishments. So in doing so, it's our responsibility to really look back and see what can we do better. How do we evaluate our programming? How do we determine what are things that we can work on? So while we continue to make progress toward accomplishing our consolidated plan goals, and there has been really good progress, the city acknowledges that there is always room for improvement. And we are committed to improving our programs each and every year. Identified on this slide are just a few areas where we are actively working to improve our programs. First, the Community Development Block Grant. The program year was very successful in documenting our eligible activities, areas, and beneficiaries for programming. Some programs will require multiple years to fund and complete, such as the reconstruction of Roy and Almy streets, the Southwest Pacific Plan, and other public facility improvements. But the city can improve its success by reporting quarterly to this body and to the Housing and Community Development Commission, and to require quarterly reports by subrecipients through MOUs and grant agreements. So one of the things that we are going to be putting into our internal memorandums of understanding, as well as our grant agreements, is quarterly reporting back to us so that we can provide that information to you on a regular basis, because I think that helps us stay on top of our activities and helps us identify if there are any challenges or if we need to redirect and reprogram mid-year. Secondly, the home program. The program successfully committed all of its funding within the 24-month commitment window. This is significant in that we are on track with our home commitment funding. However, some of our large projects, such as apartment construction or major renovation, are multi-year programs. And so we anticipate that it will take multiple years from when we authorize a contract to when we complete a program. And it's important that we keep track of those projects. One of the things that last night at HCDC the commission asked was, let's see what's happening quarterly on each of these projects to ensure, again, that we're meeting our timeliness, because there's two timeliness tests that we talked about. One was the commitment and one was expenditure. Also, we have allocated additional resources to single-family rehab programs. When we originally did that, we anticipated that the projects would roll out a little more quickly than they have. As you know, we had a slow start, but we're well underway to committing all of our funds for our target area rehab, and we're about to kick off our citywide rehab program. Third, program that I'd like to discuss briefly is Emergency Solutions Grant Program. As you know, the city has struggled with its commitment and expenditure deadlines for ESG. Happy to report with your last action in August, we are now current with our commitment deadlines. It's really important that we stay on track of our expenditure deadlines to ensure that we are meeting and exceeding the expectations of the program. Additionally, the city continues to build better relationships with the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care and other service providers to reduce homelessness. This will continue to be a major goal of the program. Mr. Trujillo has been appointed as the city representative to the board and the executive committee, and hopefully this will start to build a dialogue with those agencies to ensure that we understand what the needs are in the community and of those service providers so that we're appropriately providing those resources when and how they are needed. So with that, I would like to conclude this and just say I appreciate the support and all the questions that I've received from the council. We've already gotten some really good feedback on how we can make this report a little easier to read in terms of maps and some leveraging information, which we will add to the document before it is submitted to HUD. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation.
You know what, let me just, I realize it's about 5 minutes to the noon break. If we think because I have a couple council members punched up as well, if we want to, we can go ahead and take our noon break and come back and finish, and you can start your line of questioning there so we don't have to end it prematurely, and you don't have to rush through it if you want.
What time?
Will we come back at 1:30? Well, we'll be back out here at about 2, because we'll go to closed session right at 1:30. So after we finish with closed session after lunch, I'm thinking, so you're not rushing through your question. Okay. All right. So we have a few council members punched up. So if it's all the same, the staff, what we'll do is when we come back at about 2 o'clock, we'll resume this item. And that way we can get through all the questions. All right, Council, we're on our noon break. Thank you.
Council, we are going directly into closed session at 1:30?
We will go, yes, I'm sorry. We will go directly into closed session at 1:30. And for those in the public that would like to come back and hear this discussion, we should come back about 2. Doug, did you have an announcement for closed session?
Yes, in the closed session, we'll have the city versus Lee case and also labor negotiations concerning airport public safety officers.
To improve that relationship, who is members of that organization, how do we have that relationship They also asked for additional information, which can be provided. In our original report, we show how many monitoring visits that we conducted, and they really wanted to see a breakdown of how many of those are follow-up. So I said there were 18 that were annual inspections from prior projects that were completed. So they wanted to know what were those projects, and they wanted to have maybe a little more detail on what kind of monitoring that we do and what are the results of those monitoring findings, and then where those particular projects are located. And one of the things we did talk about was, while I can't or it is not good practice to give out addresses of individuals who we provide rehabilitation dollars to, whether it's a senior paint program or a full rehab. It is something that I think I've heard on a couple of occasions now. It'd be really nice to see a map, and so we are working on that right now. Actually, the staff started working on that this morning, and so what we'd like to get back to HCDC as well as the City Council is a map that has icons that shows the type of projects that were completed and where they were within the city. And that way, we're not giving away individual privacy information, but we are giving you an idea of how the dollars are distributed through the city. So those were some of the main comments that we heard last night. And overall, they were pleased to get the report as early as they did.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought up, that comment in terms of kind of where these projects are in terms of district distribution. That was a question that I also raised in our meeting, and so I'd like to see, even if I don't get a map tomorrow, I would still like to see kind of the breakdown in terms of where some of the housing and some of the rehabilitation is happening. I'd like to see, obviously, my constituents also benefit and see how much they've benefited, if they have indeed, this last fiscal year. Because at least if we go through kind of the report, or the majority of the projects are actually in the Southwest, which I think, for me, I think it's troubling, because I think that there are other areas that also are or could benefit from affordable housing. And so I think really being cognizant of that, I think a map would be great. So I'm looking forward to having that from you guys, and also just seeing, by district in terms of a list. If you can get that to me, that would be great.
Yeah, we're working on that right now.
Great. And then, I do want to commend the couple constituents that did respond and put a letter together and took the time to go through it. I think that they brought up some of the same concerns that I know I personally asked, so I do appreciate them being engaged. I think engagement of our community and the outreach when we're putting out documents like this is very important, because the input that we do get is valuable, and people out in the neighborhood have the expertise in terms of what they really need in their neighborhood. So I think the outreach component is essential, and hopefully, since this is kind of the first, as we continue on in next year, we'd have a better way of outreaching. I don't know how we do the outreach to get public comment on this. I'm not sure if you guys have a listserv that you guys sent it out, but I'd like to, hopefully we'll see much more public input as we move forward in the coming years. So I'm not sure if you can kind of speak to how you guys did the outreach for public comment.
Again, the federal requirement is to have the document available, to publish in the newspaper that it's available, have it available for 15 days, and then any comment that's received to submit with the document. Because it really is just a report card. We either did the projects or we didn't. There isn't a lot of gray area in terms of what we did or didn't complete during the year. So really that is the federal requirement. What we did this year was take it a step further and say we're going to hold a workshop for HCDC and for City Council. And so not only did we advertise, but we placed it on both of these agendas, which is, as far as we're aware, the first time that it has ever been handled in that way. So it's significantly more. Obviously, there can be more advertisement of that and more information that's out there. But again, we did it right in the middle. So this is an opportunity for us to say to the public, it's still there. We still have another 8 days for people to come in and to comment and to read the report and to provide comments that they'd like for us to submit with the report.
And maybe just similar to what we did with the consolidated plan. I don't know if you guys did, sent out a note to the different stakeholders and folks, so maybe just for future. And I know that we still have some time, but I would recommend that we do that because obviously I think having the document accessible and on our website and so forth is great. I believe that we still have a duty to really engage our community because these are their dollars. And so we want to make sure that the work that we're doing, they know about and that they give us input, at least personally. That's my personal perspective. So I hope that, that's taken into account. One of the other things that I did ask, because I noticed in the report that the project that was outlined for Quigley didn't get completed.
Right.
And so I know that, at least from the numbers that show there, and I asked because Quigley is in my district, and I believe it was a $10,000 allocation. And so I just want to understand, I know that you had mentioned, I think in the PowerPoint, that it wasn't completed because it wasn't able to get done within the year. So what does that mean moving forward? Obviously, the need is still there. There seems to be some extra funding. What happens with those extra dollars? How can I make sure that the bathrooms that do need to get fixed, and that was the plan, that they do actually get addressed?
So typically with these capital projects that are addressed in our Parks Department, they usually complete a certain number within a fiscal year. We haven't carried over these projects in the past on a regular basis, but that's definitely something that as we start preparing for our next meeting, that we can come back with some recommendations as to how those dollars would be reallocated and whether or not they would remain with projects that didn't get completed because of time constraints.
Then one other thing that I also wanted to just ask, in terms of some of the outreach that you guys do for some of these programs, I know that you guys talked about creating some type of handouts and flyers that we may have access to so that when we are in the community, we can advertise it. I know that the problem is not having sometimes enough projects because there are enough, but I would like to have that information so that my constituents also are appraised and know that they could benefit. And if they need to get in line, then at least they're able to get in line.
They know how to access the dollars. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I just had earlier today Esperanza come into my office, 90 years old, and she's looking to get her house painted. So, those are the things that I'm interested in having.
We anticipate, and we'll report on this more fully in October, we anticipate that the senior paint program will have our federal environmental, or NEPA clearance by the end of this week, and we anticipate that our citywide rehab will have our NEPA clearance by the end of the month. So in October, when we come to you, we'll be able to get you those marketing materials for individuals who are interested, because the programs will be up and operational.
And just the last comment that I want to make, obviously I think that we've come a long ways. I know I've only been a short time on the council, but in terms of the history and what really I've learned within the division. So I do want to commend you guys for getting to this point where we have this information, and I hope that as we move forward, we continue to learn and improve on how we are assessing and really accomplishing the goals that we set out in the consolidated plan. One other thing that I just want to make note, and I know that I'm very interested in, we'll be pushing this hopefully in the coming months, really looking at a housing workshop and how we have these new guidelines that came into place, and so really assessing where we're at in terms of our community with the housing issues and the federal funds that we receive, and really how we're going to implement those so that we are in compliance and that our community truly benefits from all the resources that are coming in. So I will be looking forward to working with you guys to try and create something where we can continue this dialogue about how we're going to implement those guidelines.
Good. Well, I hope to have more of an update on the rule affirmatively furthering fair housing rule. That was recently finalized this summer. I believe it was in July. We are not subject to that rule until our next con plan is due, which is in 2019. However, we are working very closely with the San Francisco office of the FHEO office, Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, and the director is working with us as we create our new analysis of impediments to fair housing. We will be bringing that forward to the City Council later this year, probably around the same time that we're bringing our annual action plan. We'll be bringing the AI for your review and approval. We are in the process of going out to an RFP to hire a consultant to prepare that for us. So we're really excited about the prospect of being a model city in terms of being able to present a document that's in that transition. The feds have not produced the final document type and processing rules of how they'll implement the rule. So they're really wanting to work with us to make sure that we have a really good document that helps us get to that next stage, but we won't be required to implement all of the requirements until 2019.
Which is great. So we have time over the next year or so to get on board with the new guidelines. And so
right, so this we are doing our new AI. We will submit it to HUD with our annual action plan this next spring, and we anticipate it will be somewhere in between where our current AI is and what the new rules are. We don't know exactly where. And then as we progress through the next couple of fiscal years, we'll be able to understand how those rules are implemented and how to build our new analysis for 2019.
Thank you.
Councilmember Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for meeting with me, Jennifer, yesterday, and Renee as well. So really appreciate the updates and all that, and it's a very good report. I had one quick question on your presentation. In terms of if some of the housing monies can be used for a certain project or program, and that is, and it may not even be the right one, the non-housing community development plan.
Mm-hmm.
Would we be able, we've been getting like an uptick, and I'm sure in other council districts that have older neighborhoods, regarding trash being dumped in alleys. And I mean, we're just getting overloaded with that. And then, of course, it takes a while to go pick it up. And in the meantime, sometimes it just gets a little bit higher, the pile of trash and everything. And sometimes you have neighborhoods that the alley has some vacant lots, so you can see it from a major street. Would you be able to use any of those monies to buy security cameras for the alleys for blight removal to reduce crime? And sometimes you have folks that are renting and just throw it over the fence. I mean, can those monies be used for security cameras?
So while we are not, these program funds could potentially be used for that type of activity. It would be considered a public service, not a facility improvement. So there are different rules that apply. However, we are working internally to identify some solutions. So code enforcement, sanitation, the city attorney's office, the police department are meeting to see how we could implement technology to catch people who are dumping illegally and to stop illegal dumping and to remove it from our alleys. So that is in progress.
Yeah, if I could make a pitch for our Fresco app, and the council members, you're supposed to be entering those requests into the Fresco. We are taking and we're able to look at the map, and we can look at where these illegal dumping as well as street lights and everything else. And based on the number of calls, where the calls are occurring, the frequency of the calls or incidents are occurring, we then are looking at the ability to install video cameras. And in fact, I wish maybe Jennifer can remembers the number, but we've already implemented this in other parts of the community, and we have already gone to
We've issued 20 to 30 tickets.
yeah,
so far.
20 or 30 individuals that we already found on camera based on the number of incidents, the frequencies. We installed a camera, caught the license plate, went and knocked on somebody's door and said, go pick it up, and oh, by the way, here's the citation. And so if you use the Fresco app, that will then give us the data set to be able to identify where to put these cameras, because they're running off a wireless backbone. They're pretty easy just to put up on a pole. And as long as we're just passively watching what's going on, right, Doug, we're fine. And so I would encourage you to make sure your staff loads that into the Fresco app so that we can then strategically install these cameras.
Well, a good example, even in a high volume traffic area, this week I noticed over on the southwest corner of Ventura and 3rd, which is a commercial block there, and it's actually 2 parcels. There's a donation box there, and somebody went over there and just dumped like 4 couches and about 3 or 4 mattresses, and they're just stacked up there. So who's ever manning that, whoever owns that donation box, they're not cleaning it up either. And then you got a recycle center right next to it. So to see that in a highly visible area, and then again, with the fair coming, a lot of folks use that street. And that's just one that's a high traffic one, but you get it in alleys and you get it in a lot of the properties that have big size lots that are empty. We're constantly calling.
So if we can get that into the Fresco application, we'll be able to, that'll trigger a work order, a work ticket, and then I can manage, or I can, with my directors, look how long it takes us to actually get out to get those couches picked up.
Yeah, but a camera would catch them and we could cite them.
If it happens frequently enough.
Frequent, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, it's frequent. Okay, thank you. But then you just have to see how, where those, if you can use some monies, how you could use them or award it.
So I would say, I think right now we have a really good solution that we're going to implement with non-federal resources. There are some limitations to the way these federal funds are used for items that would be considered a public service. So there are some caps on that. And this would be considered a public service to either remove the blight or to identify where it's located. So we just need to play with that and figure out whether or not the best resource is what we've identified internally or to use the federal funds.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. Bruce, you mentioned the process through the app. Was it followed up in the sense of, did they actually go out and clean up the mess they had dumped prior to being caught?
After we knocked on the door, they did go out and clean up their mess. We followed them out and they cleaned up their mess and got a citation.
Fantastic.
It was a twofer.
Excellent, excellent. I just wanted to expand on Councilmember Soria's comments. I think we're all concerned for all constituents in the city, and every one of us shares that concern. So I just want to expand that to include all citizens and all constituents. In your presentation with the Parks After School program, how does a particular district or area become partners in the Parks After School program? Is there a format or someone we have to talk to, or how does that?
So,
how do you get involved? My district needs to be involved.
Right. So I provided a list of those parks a little bit earlier to you. What we can do is we can sit down with the director of parks and identify where those needs are. If you have a specific location within your district that you'd like to add, it does need to be in an eligible area, and the youth who attend must be eligible, CDBG eligible. So that is considered a public service. So the individual must qualify for the service. So we need to work with the Parks Department to identify appropriate locations.
Thank you. And then the summer fun camp, same thing. How do we diversify that particular program throughout the city?
Again, this is a great time of year to be talking about where we think the best location for the summer fun camp will be, or locations. And so we'll sit down with the Parks Director and identify where some of those locations might be eligible locations, and we might be able to attract youth who are eligible to participate.
Well, should I contact you, or do you want to talk first?
I will coordinate with the Parks Department, and then we'll get back with you.
Thank you. And then the graffiti team, gosh, they're great. And every time I see them working, I always stop and thank them and encourage them and tell them how important that is to our city. The Viking Village was in our handout here. Where has that been, and where's it going, and when's it going to end?
In the report, Viking Village can be found on page 13. It was completed on July 13th. So it was awarded on September 2013. It was completed on July 13th. It's on Chestnut Avenue. It leveraged the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, the RAD program from the Housing Authority, and it leveraged that with $1 million of home program funds. So that was a renovation of that apartment complex. And so there were total of 40 units, rehabbed. 6 of them were qualified as home units. It is 100% complete.
And we're going to have our ribbon cutting ceremony soon.
I can certainly reach out to the Housing Authority and ask them.
I think that would be great, just to further illustrate the hard work that you and your department engage in, and you don't get near enough credit for it. And this would be an opportunity, especially with so many units. And I'm very familiar with Viking and what a mess it was, and really appreciate that. But I think we should, like I said, try to have a blue ribbon, a ribbon cutting activity or something to give that acknowledgement and let everybody know the city's participation and fulfillment of their promise and their responsibility to the citizens there. So I would encourage that whenever it's convenient for you and your staff.
Okay.
And that's it for me. Thank you.
Great.
All right. Looks like those are all the council members punched up, and I'll make a couple of comments. A lot of what I was going to say was covered, collectively by my colleagues. And Jennifer, I want to thank you and staff for coming and talking with me a couple days ago as well. Certainly wanted to acknowledge our community people who took the time to respond and write letters and give us input. I am certainly looking forward to finding ways to integrate some of that input into our final caper. And our office will be coordinating a meeting with you and some of our concerned constituents on this, so we can kind of talk about what this means and how we do this. And I want to also acknowledge the fact that this is the first time we've done this. We don't normally do this, and we appreciate the fact that you guys did do this. We do know it's a work in progress. Some of the things that I shared with you, and I'll share with you. You can sit down, Jennifer. I don't think I have any questions for you. I don't want to.
Okay. You
don't have to just stand there. But some of the things I will mention for the benefit of my colleagues that I mentioned with Jennifer and Joe and Renee were just kind of clarity of the report and making sure that this report that we put forward to the public is something that's easy to read, easy to access information. We in this building are doing everything we can to be as transparent with the public as possible. But, we still have some challenges in just how we're getting that information out in the report and making sure that it's accessible. So we made a couple suggestions, making sure that we're defining terms appropriately. For instance, I can tell you that the carryover term, we need to make sure that we are effectively communicating what exactly the carryover is. We all really do acknowledge that a lot of our projects are multi-year projects. That is certainly true, and we need it to be that way because we need capital improvement projects. We need to be able to do specific plans, and we need to be able to do those things, and we know that it does take several budget cycles to do that. But we also need to know, the community does need to know what the real carryover number is, so we know what resource we're not allocating and spending in any given budget year. And I really do think that's what we're trying to really drill down in and to get that number right. And I don't think anyone's intentionally trying to make sure that we don't have that number. I just think we have to talk about how we make sure that we open that number wide up. So anyhow, that's just one example of some things I think that we're going to work on. But most of you know I'm an incurable optimist on these things. So I think with that, the last few years, our eyes have been wide open on this particular topic, and there's been a lot of internal changes to the way we're managing this resource. I'm looking forward to what is to come, and I look forward to us partnering with the community and making sure that we're accessing their depth of knowledge too and what they need from this process. So again, I don't have many questions. I gave most of my colleagues covered what was important to me as well. We'll have some follow-up meetings, and I want to remind the public that's here and that's listening that there's still opportunity to comment on this. It's not over. So the good thing is staff brought this in to us and to you all in plenty of time to make sure that outstanding concerns that were still left, that even after this presentation, there's an opportunity to make comment and potentially have those comments integrated into the final product. So again, we look forward to the continued dialogue, and Bruce has given me his word and his pledge that we're already going to be starting the next year's planning, in the next few months on this already. So we look for a very robust and engaged process with the community and staff and us as council members. And I hear there are all kinds of requests that are happening already to do this. So that's awesome. So anyway, thank you, staff. We appreciate it. And we look forward to continued and further dialogue on this particular topic. All right. Like I said, that was a workshop, so we won't have any public feedback on that. So we will move right along to our 2 o'clock item. We're running a little bit behind. Forgive me for that, because I know staff has been waiting very patiently to present this. So we have our 2 o'clock item, which is a workshop on the Office of Independent Review. I can't remember which council member requested this, but it probably was a consensus request on this particular topic. So thanks, Bruce, for calling this item forth. We appreciate it. Rick, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you for inviting our office to make this presentation to you today. Let me apologize. I've got a pretty bad cold, so if I start coughing, that's where we're at. We'll give you a brief overview of where the office is and where we hope to go. The office is...
Hey, Rick, real quick, someone just reminded me, can you give your name for the record?
Rick Rasmussen.
All right, thanks.
The purpose of the office is to strengthen relationships between the police department and the community, and to ensure that the community's confidence in the ability of the police department to police itself is ongoing, and that's been what we found to date. The process for filing a complaint can be done a number of ways. Primarily, it's done by contact directly with the Fresno Police Department. Oftentimes, though, complaints come to us. We then forward them onto the department, at which time the department opens up an investigation. Once that investigation has been concluded and they found a resolution, it's forwarded to my office to review, at which time we provide input to the police chief and the city manager on each individual case. The types of cases we look at are obviously officer-involved shootings, any allegations of misuse of force, in-custody deaths, pursuits that result in serious injury or death, and complaints against bias. As you can see from the numbers, the 2013 was the first year, and the number of total cases has gone down, the use of force cases has gone down, and the officer-involved shootings has gone down, including a 9.5-month period with 0 officer-involved shootings. However, the events of the last week have been troubling. Recommendations are made directly to the police department at the time the audit's completed, so the police department has the ability to look at those recommendations and take action on them if they deem necessary. And then they're also reported in the quarterly report so that the public can see what types of things we've identified in the course of reviewing those cases. The reason that we do a quarterly report, it was previously done once a year, is to improve transparency within the community and to give more immediate feedback to the police department on situations as they arise, rather than waiting 11 months or 11.5 months to get back to a case that had happened in the distant past. I'll introduce my partner, Mark Sharman, and he can speak about his portion.
My name is Mark Sharman. It's S-C-H-A-R-M-A-N, and I was hired in May after recommendations by the OIR to bring on somebody to give an independent look in terms of units within the police department. My background is in law enforcement. I've often said, and even said this morning, some of the detectives that I was talking with this morning, I absolutely think the most honorable service I've ever seen is by policemen. And yet some of the dumbest things and maybe even criminal things have been done by policemen. And there's no other profession, I believe, that polices itself and needs to than the police profession in order to gain the trust of a community. And the community-oriented policing or an intelligence-led policing style is the future of policing. To do that, I came in and immediately was asked to take a look at the promotional process here at the Fresno Police Department and with the Fresno City government, and I found it to be absolutely a standard to be appreciated, professional. We did add some things that we thought were important, one being in the promotional process to take a look at financial disclosures as it relates to lieutenant and above promotions. There's been some concern about that. Quite frankly, I don't understand it. We have to, law enforcement has to be aware that our standard has to be above reproach. And so we've recommended that that take place for those ranks. And those are recommendations only being given to the city manager and discussed with the chief of police. We made recommendations that those same standards that everybody has to go through to come and be a part of the profession incoming is maintained throughout the career. The public has to trust its police department to have their support. There are always going to be events that occur that shock the conscience of a community in policing. And with relationships and a sense that the community understands the conflicts that can arise but trust the leadership and the rank and file of a police department is necessary for us to enjoy safe communities. And I will tell you that my visits here and the things I've looked at and the discussions I've had with the Fresno Police Department, I find them to be professional and open to new ideas, perhaps trends that are happening throughout the country, and it's been refreshing at best for that. And as I look at the policies and procedures, there's always two things in policy and procedures manuals all over this country that are so hard to define. One's police discretion, and the other is the standard of reasonableness. And that happens based on time of service, position within police departments, and that's so hard to find that balance where every level and every seniority rank has that same kind of definition. And we strive to do that. Policies and procedures certainly help govern that, but the Fresno Police Department does have hard men and women working to provide public safety service to the Fresno citizens. And it's been a pleasure to observe so far, although we've had some more review to do. It's honorable work done by honorable people. And any questions I can answer, I'd be happy to. Let me follow up. One of the recommendations we did have was an engagement team that are made up of people that are in waiting to be promoted to sergeant. And what that allows for is the chief of police to really express to his first line supervisors his mission values, his expectations of leadership, and for the community to meet the police officers on a different type of level rather than a call for service, which is usually frustrating, maybe even out of control, and they call law enforcement to bring some control to it. That engagement team is under discussion. I think Fresno has a unique opportunity in that there needs to be some promotions at that level. And when we get a chance to meet the citizens and the citizens meet its police officers, they can find some continuity and some grounds of respect so that when those other events occur, it's not always, it has to be a fight. And when we get these officers out and learn to do policing in a different way than calls for service, they find that the citizens do trust them and expect them to be leaders in their community and have a relationship and not a stranger kind of environment the first time they come in contact with law enforcement.
Is that the conclusion of the presentation, or?
One of the other issues that you asked about was community outreach. We listed it there. It doesn't involve the one-on-one contacts. For instance, today one of the family members of an individual that was involved in an officer-involved shooting recently spoke to me, and then over the weekend a person from a different shooting called. So we do a real good job of reaching out to all the community stakeholders who are interested in our work and who want to provide input upon our work. So that's the end of the presentation, and we stand ready to take your questions.
As in the item before, I'll just remind the public that this is a workshop item only, so we won't be going out to the public for comment. We will have a dialogue here with the council members, and we won't be taking any voting action today. So, Councilmember Brandow.
Thank you, Council President. I just had a couple quick questions, Rick. So, on financial disclosure forms, you had a slide that talked about that, and I was talking with my colleague, and I think we had a little bit of confusion between us. Do we currently, and there's one that says, yeah, on this one where it says police sergeants, is this a requirement when it says on your very top line there, financial disclosure forms, or is it required for lieutenant captain and
deputy chief, right?
Deputy, but not for sergeants currently. So it is required for these others.
No, it's not currently required. The recommendation is that it's required at lieutenant and above.
So that's what your recommendation is, but you're not recommending it for sergeants.
Correct.
Okay, that kind of clarifies that. But kind of related to that, number 12, and I thought you were going to go over this whole list, but you're really not, I take it.
Well, we provided that, and I figured that you all would ask on the specific things rather than me just regurgitating.
Okay, so it's okay for me to ask things off this list. On item 12 is kind of related to that, so maybe I'll just read it for everybody. California Code 3308 details the use of financial disclosure forms when it comes to police officers, and currently the FPD is within the scope of that law. However, it is recommended that all employees within FPD who apply to become supervisors fill out financial disclosure forms, which, if legally permissible, would include all sources of income and all assets, including bank accounts and real property. So what is your thought process there? Tell me what you guys are thinking on that.
The thought is that we're currently doing the minimum, and the minimum has led us to where we are today. So the recommendation is, why are we not asking for continuing verification of the very standards that we asked for upon initial hire? When you elect to become a supervisor, that's when some of these things would be triggered. And again, it's a suggestion in order to gain more confidence between the officers and the community. And it's also with the fact that as you get more senior, you become a steward of greater and greater city resources, and to make sure that we can detect or prevent any type of misconduct.
So if I'm reading it in my mind, this is talking about non-sworn officers that want to be supervisors.
No, it's talking primarily about officers, but it clearly includes anybody who reaches into an upper level of a supervisory role as a non-sworn.
So where does the term supervisor fit in the rank of?
As it relates to financial disclosure, we opted to start it at lieutenant.
Got it. So that's how you're relating it back to that
sergeant, right?
Okay, back to that other slide. Okay, then that's simply, I kind of misread that, and I thought because you used the word supervisors, I kind of got sidetracked and was thinking about non-sworn positions within FPD. Okay. All right, let's see, what was my next question? Okay, when you opened up your statement, you mentioned, so in a general overview of now that you've done this analysis, in your opening statement you said we have a standard that is a very high standard that we're meeting. Is that correct? Can you expound on that, please?
Are you talking about as it relates to the department?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the department's doing a great job, and I think they're improving and morphing like every entity should as it progresses. So I think the stats speak for themselves. We've seen decreases in the 3 most critical areas that we track police performance on. And the officers are asked to do more with less. The department's lost a number of employees during the recession, and the same guys are out hitting the streets performing the same duties with less people. And they're doing it with less complaints, less instances of use of force, and less officer-involved shootings. And so that's what I'm saying, that I do think that there is a standard of excellence in the department, but it's a bedrock position that we want to improve upon, that we want to get better at.
When offices of independent review across the country do these types of analysis and review of police departments, do you guys end up publishing any type of, this is what we found in the city of Fresno, the standards are excellent?
There's no national standard for how my equivalent department in another city does it. This is the way that is the most transparent that I can find across the country, because we publish 4 times a year. And we detail every case that comes in and what the resolution is of every case. So a citizen who had a complaint is able to see that their case was investigated at the very least by internal affairs, and here's the resolution of the case. Whether or not they like the outcome of the case, they at least know that their case was addressed.
Perfect. I like that. I have another question on item 8 on your list. I'll read this one too for people that don't have this list that I have. It is recommended that over the next 60 days that the OIR conduct a comprehensive review of personnel practices and policies regarding to the hiring, selection, and promotion of officers. This review is timely given the level of attrition and the level of vacancies, in particular within the command staff, that will be occurring over the next few years. And really, earlier today in council comments, I talked a little bit about a meeting I had recently about the attrition of officers, and then, just the general difficulty of hiring new officers. We have to hire a lot of new officers within the next year. At least the citizens of the city of Fresno have budgeted for that through our votes. So, it's our goal to add a lot of officers, and I see that you want to review that process. What are your thoughts there?
Well, we're done. That directive came down from my boss to ask us to look at that. And that's what Mark and I accomplished, that he briefed you on the promotional and hiring practices. We made sure that that process was fair, unbiased, that we were selecting the best applicants, that no one had an inside deal or an outside deal. There was no blackballs. And it was done excellently across the board, from the HR consultants to the police officers who were involved. So that was done. That was a recommendation that was made earlier this year, and I think it came out of the first quarter, and it was directed to be completed within 60 days, which we did.
Okay. So That's already been accomplished, and that's not something that you want to do. It's something that's been done.
Right.
So again, though, and I'm glad you used that. So again, in that process, you found that the city of Fresno's had a standard of excellence.
Oh, it was outstanding. The two particular employees that aren't in the department that are, I call them HR specialists, I'm sure that's not their proper title, just run that program very well. They make sure that it's fair, it's unbiased, everybody has an equal opportunity to compete for initial hiring and for promotion. It's very, very good.
Well, thank you. Council President, I have one more comment I'd like to make, but right before I do that, I'd like to call Jackie Parks from FPOA to come up and ask any questions. I'd like to give him a little time, if that's possible.
Yeah, floor's yours.
Yeah, please, Jackie.
Good afternoon. Did you have specific questions, or did you want to provide me an opportunity to ask questions for the
This
workshop?
is really important to FPOA, and having seen this document, I just wanted to get your comments on it. To see if there was anything within the framework that you felt was not going to, needs more attention or less attention, or just any general thoughts in general.
Okay, well, for the record, my name is Jackie Parks. I'm the president of the Fresno Police Officers Association, 994 North Van Ness Avenue. And thank you for this opportunity to come up and speak on this issue. It is very important to my members, and specifically some of the information, because everything in Mr. Rasmussen's report impacts my members. And we specifically have concerns on some of the issues related to Government Code 3308. It was referenced by Mr. Rasmussen that we're currently doing the minimum. I would argue that we're currently doing the maximum. We do the maximum that's allowed by law right now. That's what we do. Every one of our officers at the time that they are hired goes through a background check, which includes a financial investigation, a polygraph, a psychological exam, a physical exam, drug test, and I understand the concern that the community may have, especially with a specific member of the Fresno Police Department being accused of misconduct. I don't believe in any way that a financial audit would have revealed anything that anybody didn't already know. Everything that came out in the media was sensationalism to gather ratings, and was already all public information that didn't require a background check. It was already there. So it wouldn't have prevented that situation. But more importantly, it's against the law. And that's why it doesn't occur. Right now, the city of Fresno is meeting the maximum standards allowed by law. So they're doing a very good job.
So, Jackie, on the supervisor level, which is lieutenant and higher, you're okay with them submitting an extended financial background?
No, it's against the law. They're not allowed to. Under 3308, it dictates under the law when those financial backgrounds can occur, and it can occur at the time that they are initially hired as an employee. 3308 actually says that you can't do that for a promotional process, and there are reasons why. There are a lot of reasons why that would take up a lot of time to discuss it. But the important thing to know is it's the law, that you can't conduct that, and that there, at some point, I got to believe they vetted that law when they created it and explained those reasons at that time, and the pros outweighed the cons to why they created that law. And I think that's extremely important. And I also heard Mr. Rasmussen say that they do a good job of reaching out to the stakeholders. Well, when we created the Office of Independent Review, or the Office of OIR, we were a very involved stakeholder in that process. And we've only heard from Mr. Rasmussen one time. He hasn't reached out to us. He certainly didn't reach out to us prior to this report. We saw the report like everybody else saw the report when they read about it in the paper or went to the city website and saw it. we could have provided a lot of valuable information that would have helped Mr. Sharman or Mr. Rasmussen. We should all along as a stakeholder. It probably would be a great idea on at least a biannual basis to have folks from the community like Ellie Bluestein and Rebecca Rangel and Gloria Hernandez and myself meet with Mr. Rasmussen in group sessions and actually talk about things and concerns that are going on in the community rather than read about it in an online article while you're sitting in Utah. Those would probably be very helpful, reaching out to the community. And then maybe we would have an opportunity that I could sit and explain when they say, well, this would be a good recommendation or a good suggestion. We could actually talk about it before it ends up in the report that it's against the law and you can't do it. But communication is a huge factor in promoting trust within our community. I saw the recommendation on that sergeant. Well, that's a complicated program. There's a lot more involved than because you want to promote some folks to a supervisor level and expose them to the community. Well, you know, our people in uniform are exposed to the community every day. And we used to have a great program in the city of Fresno because we got federal funding, and it was a community-oriented policing. And we had POP officers that we had teams of 10 in every district. And they did a lot of community-based policing. And that's what we need to get back to. We need to focus on community-based policing, and that builds trust because we are out in the community. We're responsive to the community needs. We're communicating with community leaders out there at these events, and we're talking to the people. And it's from the officer level, the supervisor level, the commander levels. They're out there and they're communicating with the community. They get to know the officers that work in their area. It shouldn't be about felony stats and arrest stats and pushing issues like that. It should be about community-based policing. And in my personal opinion, I think we do a terrible job of that, despite a recent article that came out in the Washington Post. That needs to be our focus. We need more police officers to do that. We need to do it without the federal funding. We need to be committed to that without federal funding. And when we do that, we will build the trust in the community.
Okay. Were there any of these specifically, Jackie, that you wanted to make comment on?
You know, clearly on the financial review, it's against the law. You can't do it. On the promotional opportunity, we've got to get community-based policing back into the focus for our department. I don't know that program is what would do it, and it's a complicated program that requires meet and confer and other obstacles. Again, another good reason to be communicating with us and present it. Hey, what do you think about this? We saw this program in another city. Do you think something like this could work here? You might want to come talk to the people that do the negotiating for the members and find out the good and the bad. So otherwise, I think a lot of the other things are right on point. I agree with him. You know, I think the key to what he said for all of you to hear is we are doing so much more with less. Mm-hmm. And we're doing a great job of it. With complaints down, you know, one thing that seems to be a terrible thing in government, if it's not broke, we try to fix it. Yep, so if it's not broke, don't try to fix it. Are there things we can improve on? Absolutely. Starting with communication and meeting and talking about these issues before we present them in a report.
Thanks, Jackie. I appreciate it. Mr. Rasmussen, I want to ask you a follow-up. So, Mr. Rasmussen, do you feel like that some of the stakeholders like FPOA, what I'm hearing from Jackie, among some of the detailed thoughts that he had was the communications. Do you feel like communications could be improved with some of the stakeholders, or do you differ?
No, I think communications can be great. I obviously missed the meeting request where Jackie wanted to meet with me, but whenever I see that, I certainly will do that. That's how I do it with everyone else. One of the issues I have in my oversight function is to oversee the actions of the officers. I believe that the community at large would be somewhat suspicious of the oversight committee asking for meetings with the overseen. So I've hesitated on initiating contact in that way, but if the union would like to meet, all it takes is a telephone call like everyone else.
Okay, thank you. I mean, it sounds to me like communication should definitely be, and I'm sure there's other groups that would love to have some input, and Mr. Parks mentioned a couple of them. But overall, I appreciate the work, the workload, and I think for me the important takeaway, and it's the part that I think we all agree on, which is how Fresno PD has done more with less. That story's gone on for a long time now. We're all very committed to changing that and bringing up the number of ranks. So your job becomes really important, making sure we do all of that correctly. So I appreciate that. And I know the Fresno Bee reporter just walked out the door, but I think it's a great story, and I hope that you'll maybe communicate this with the media, that after your review, you're giving the city of Fresno PD a standard of excellence. And I think that's really important for me as a council member of the city of Fresno in this day and age where across our nation, police departments are under massive stress. For us to get an excellent review, I think that's fantastic. So thank you very much.
Councilmember Brand.
Thank you, Council President. And a lot of the questions I had have already been answered. Just a few follow-up ones. On the was it the Form 700 disclosures, city attorney? Is that, what's the current city standard? Is it sergeant and above, or?
My understanding, we checked this the other day, that sergeant and above were subject to Form 700 filing. We established that through our own code. Generally, the state law is that anybody who may be involved in a policy-making role should be filing Form 700s.
Okay. But, Jackie, can you come up a second? I was going to clarify this still. Thank you. It's your position that it's illegal to ask for the Form 700s, or I got it wrong?
No, the Form 700 is okay. As the city attorney disclosed, I actually have to fill one out myself because I sit on a city health and welfare trust, and that's different than a financial background. The Form 700 asks a few questions just to make sure there's no conflicts of interest, because, for example, you guys as council members are going to make policy decisions that with developers or land use decisions that could be a conflict of interest if you have a stake in that business or a business that does business with those organizations. And that form requires you to disclose that type of information. If you filed a bankruptcy, it's not going to ask you if you filed a bankruptcy. It's trying to find out and prevent conflicts of interest to protect the city from any civil liability.
Okay, I get it now. So this basically, I'm going to do a credit check, I'm going to do a detailed background check, and well beyond the simple, I own real estate, I own stocks, I have, okay, I get that. On the, we don't have the POP teams anymore?
We have one POP officer / detective / whatever they ask him to be that day. We used to have a team in every area, and it was a 10-person team with a supervisor assigned to it. Mm-hmm. And on top of that, at one time, we even grew larger, where we had neighborhood police officers in conjunction with them. You know, it's at the time it was a little more controversial to do that type of policing, you know, because you're having barbecues with the community, but you're fostering relationships that you can't get when you're putting a handcuff on somebody. It's extremely important to gain the community's trust and to maintain it. I agree 100% with that. And you do that by having non-law enforcement contact with your community, where you're out there helping them, getting to know them. And I can tell you, when we had those POP teams, and I served on the Northeast POP team, a lot of the locations were off-site. They weren't in an actual policing station, which made people more comfortable to go see you and talk to you. But you had great relationships with apartment managers, and you were able to help get rid of problem tenants, and you worked collectively as a team, and you really did build that trust.
Right. I can say firsthand in this business, property management for 30 years, very effective working with the POP teams. In fact, we would actually bring officers in and give them units too, because we had suspected drug or gang activity. We had one complex, I think it's in Oliver's district, it was the Tower Court Apartments, where we had managed for a while, and then the owner just had his friend in Los Angeles wanted to do it for 3 or 4 years. He calls me up and says, Lee, we need your help. The inmates have taken over the asylum. And literally, the manager, their family were involved in drugs, gangs. We brought in private security. They actually tied the guy to a tree, until we finally got the PD and the, this is a true story. And we restored order, and they came in, and it did make a big difference. And okay, thank you.
Well, and I would just add on the community-based policing. There is an effort right now within our patrol division that has been disseminated from the chief down that he wants community-based policing. The difficulty is we had a 10-person POP TAC team. That's what they did. When you're telling a police officer who we've already acknowledged is doing more with less, now do POP projects. And then you don't provide them with training on what the POP concept is and community-based policing. It's very difficult for them to be able to do that. And it frustrates them because it also conflicts with a message that they get on their computer every day in the afternoon asking them for their stats. So it's extremely important that the philosophy has to be more than words. It has to be a commitment to community-based policing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rasmussen? So your recommendation is for positions above lieutenant to have a financial background?
The same financial background that they have to provide when they're employed.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay. And the reason would be by doing this, you can raise red flags that somebody has financial difficulty, they're going to file bankruptcy, they may be more susceptible to, is that the purpose?
Right.
Okay. I'm not really sure I agree with that because, without getting any details, but I think if you did a cross-section of anybody in our population and found 10% of the people had, spending problems, credit problems, I don't believe that is necessarily a precursor to being engaged in criminal activity. I just think there's a lot of factors out there that well beyond just reviewing your financial affairs to make that determination. And really, I think ultimately, you go through your process, and a lot of it is intuitive. It's almost impossible to predict what somebody's going to do or not going to do. And I would say, at least in my opinion, that the ranks of lieutenant and captain, I don't see. Maybe deputy chief, you're one step away from the highest position. But is there any empirical studies on this?
No, I don't have any empirical studies. I know that other agencies and departments do it this way, and the reason that they do it is to try to prevent this. If you prevent one, you've done a good job. Okay. And I think that's the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, also, there's the final question, given the dramatic change in our society and its perception of police from the Ferguson and Baltimore, I mean, it seems like it's exceptional for us to be at this level when everybody is overly scrutinizing everything that's being done in any police department nowadays. Would you agree?
Well, I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, the level of scrutiny out there are everybody has a cell phone, everybody's video. I mean, I see it all the time on Facebook that your conclusion in your study is that this police department ranks at the top in terms of its integrity, its honesty, and its ability to, serve the community.
Right. I think the police department does a wonderful job.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, I just want to thank everybody here, and Mr. Rasmussen, and we have major challenges in front of us, and I think that unrelated to what we're doing here, but is related, having the ability to bring our staffing levels up to 750 or 760, if that can be achieved, I'm sure would maybe provide opportunities for POP officers and take a lot of release and stress off of people that are probably working longer hours, not getting time off, where judgment questions come into, you're overstressed. So I think that would be a big step in the right direction.
Certainly.
Well,
Thank you.
And if I could, Councilmember, the recommendation with regards to the sergeants and the opportunity of getting them out into the community, community-based policing, that is all part of the discussion around getting the 760. There are specific grants that we're taking advantage of from Fresno Unified, for example, where the officers are going to be focusing on these neighborhoods. So we are trying to get there, but like everything else, whether it's providing some opportunities for potential sergeants to work closer with the community, or using a grant from Fresno Unified to actually fund positions, it is all being driven by our ability to get positions filled. And that is a slow, unfortunately, has been a slow and tedious process. And as we've talked about, the situations that are occurring throughout in other communities, fortunately not here, are having or does have an impact on our ability to recruit officers or people who are trying to come into this, who are thinking about coming into this industry and looking at the level of scrutiny and the second guessing that occurs and says, no, it's not worth it. So we're all trying to get to the same place, but the underlying problem is getting enough people in position so that we can implement some of these recommendations, again, whether it's some opportunities for future sergeants to community-based policing. We're trying to get there. It's just, I would love to be able to tell you we're at 760 tomorrow, but we talked about maybe some other strategies, and maybe but by the end of the fiscal year we'll be there.
Well, I think we need to find a way to get there. Anyway, thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councilmember Brad. Councilwoman Soria, you're up next.
Thank you. So, I want to give thanks for the presentation and for the recommendations that you guys made. I will also want to thank our department and, Jackie, for being here, and really the work that our department is doing, just as it has been said, doing a lot more with less. And so, while, I've had an opportunity to just, go over some of the recommendations. I don't know necessarily how I feel yet about where I'm at with some of these recommendations. I do have just a couple questions, and then I want to focus on what I believe is really important for us to focus on. So in terms of the financial disclosure provision or recommendation, would the recommendations kind of vague in terms of how it would apply? Are you suggesting that the application of it is across the board with current or just for future?
Future. Mm-hmm.
So current staff wouldn't be subject to unless
that's
they
what the recommendation was. Whatever the decision is, that's way above me, but that's what the recommendation was.
Well, I just wanted to get clarity because it's vague as it's written. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to make sure that to be clear, what was your recommendation? And I think that's pretty much the question that I had. For me, the two main points here, and I think that they've already been brought up. One, staffing levels. We know that we are still having a challenge in ensuring that we are meeting the staffing requirements to really have enough officers out in our community. And two, for me, the important point is what Jackie just mentioned, is really getting back to community-based policing and really getting serious about doing that. I know that in this last budget cycle, we do have, some officers dedicated to schools. I don't necessarily know if that is really true community-based policing because they're so solely focused in kind of on the campus. I do agree, and I know I've had several conversations with FPOA's leadership and how that can be done, and I think that we do have to continue to push and move in that direction to really ensure that we are improving in the trust of the community and building those community relationships that are really essential for the safety of our community. And so I'm committed to working and figuring out how, as we move forward over the next years, that we do move in this direction and really pushing more of the community-based policing, because I think if we get to that, that's kind of the center of what your office is doing and really trying to bridge that gap. And I think that through more programming and our council being committed to really tackle that issue along with the staffing issue, which we need to, and hopefully we'll get a chance to address by the end of the year, are really, really key. Those are all the comments that I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Quintero.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rasmussen. Thank you. Good to put a face to the name. I've got a couple of questions, sir. And did you state earlier that you'd only met with the police association once? Or
I didn't state that. I think Mr. Park stated that. Yeah.
Did you?
I think I've met with him twice. Both were memorable, but I haven't done it since.
Well, if they were memorable, I know you would have remembered that it was twice, I guess. Was there any type of feedback or recommendations that you recall or that maybe would have been helpful in your work that you're doing?
Recommendations from the association?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that every member of the community has a recommendation that would be helpful. I go back to the same point that I said earlier. I've met with every group that's asked to meet. It's a little bit difficult for the police auditor to reach out to the union to solicit their input on issues involving oversight of the police. So I think that meeting would be better handled if it was initiated by the union. I would certainly be more than willing to meet with them. I did try early in my career to make myself more available over in one of their facilities, but that just wasn't going to work out with them.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess changing the subject a little bit, now that you've done this for a while for Fresno, is there any recommendations or areas that you feel that the city should be looking at that maybe we haven't done?
I think the sooner the cameras are out in the community on the officers, I think you'll see the numbers drop more dramatically. I think that the cameras are basically a great tool. They're an incredible tool for the police officer because the majority of the complaints that I review are without merit. With a camera there, you would prevent the officer even needing to be interviewed. I just did a case last week back in Utah where all 3 officers on the call had cameras. There were no interviews of police officials at all. You could look at all 3 cameras and say, that complaint, I don't know where she got that from. It simply didn't happen. So the sooner those cameras are out, not only do I think the officers will like them because it will make sure that their actions are in fact what they believe their actions are, it'll also allow the public to recognize, hey, I'm being recorded. And if what we're trying to do is get more civility in our interactions between the community and the police, the best device is probably a recording device.
Okay, understood. Do you have any other thoughts or recommendations that would be helpful for our city?
As an overall general,
yes.
No. What I look at are specific cases, and then I look at those cases as it relates to trends.
Yes.
If you see a number, like I saw a number of incidents of police cars chasing bicycles, and I made a recommendation that, hey, we need to really think about that. We need to make sure that if we're going to pursue a bike, we better be pursuing the bike for a very good reason, because the chance of death is real high if something goes wrong. So those are the types of cases and recommendations I make day in and day out.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Then I wanted to call up Jackie from the association. Kind of feel like I'm being a referee or stuck in the middle here.
Yeah, it's amazing. Potentially, communication probably would have prevented a lot of this discussion.
Well, I kind of want to ask you the same question that I asked Mr. Rasmussen. What are your thoughts or recommendations that you think would be helpful?
I have a long list. First of all, staffing, and I commend many of you on the council and the city manager and our mayor who has agreed to increase staffing. And we have an incredible challenge that we're faced with right now. We can't find police officers. We can't find a qualified, good candidate that wants to be a police officer. And it's very troubling, and it's making it very difficult for us because it is impacting our ability to do other programs that could be good for the community. Somehow, we have to do a better job of marketing what we have, because we have, believe it or not, the city of Fresno, even though our retirement hasn't changed because the state's changed, we have the best retirement system in the state of California for anybody who wishes to become a new police officer. We are offering the best lateral officer package that I've seen out there right now to try to attract lateral officers. And we were at 698 in January of 14. Here we are 18, 19 months later, around 697. And we have hired around 90 officers, but we can't keep up with our attrition. So somehow we've got to find a way to do a better job of recruiting qualified candidates. And we've made some suggestions to the chief. We just met with him a couple of weeks ago. They are implementing many of those suggestions. And so I think that will help us to achieve some of those other goals. As far as communication and trust goes, when the Office of Independent Review was originally created, it was billed as an office that would have somebody that's reaching out to the community, that reaches out to the stakeholders. It's not the stakeholders' responsibility to call the Office of Independent Review. I have no idea what's going to be in his report or what his issues are that he is dealing with. He has to let us know, hey, we've got some concerns about this. I would have never thought that a financial background was going to be the concern out of the incident that occurred with one of our deputy chiefs. And particularly because it's illegal to even do. We can't do it. If the council wanted to do it, you would have to lobby a state assembly member and get somebody to author a state bill to amend the state law. It just can't be done. So these types of things we don't know about. And I made a suggestion earlier about getting the groups together, and I think it's a cop-out to say, no pun intended, to say that it goes both ways, and I can call him. I'm not the Office of Independent Review. I'm not the guy that for that office that's trying to build trust with the community, but it also is there to build trust with our officers. And I can tell you right now that trust isn't there. It is not there. It cuts both ways, and it should be there, because I don't think Mr. Rasmussen's has some kind of political agenda or something to undermine our officers or is anti-law enforcement or public safety. I don't think that at all. I just think we could be doing a better job. And when it was created, that person that was placed in that position was supposed to be reaching out to stakeholders, talking about what the issues are. I know some of the other concerned folks here in the audience, Ellie and Rebecca and Gloria, for years have expressed concerns. I've had some limited conversations. If they reach out to me, I meet with them. I haven't really asked them to meet with me, but I bet they would. I don't think they would hesitate in a minute if I said, hey, can you guys meet with me? They would. But I see that as his role, and it was the role originally when that office was created, and I'm not buying that it goes both ways. And I don't think that just because we meet with him and talk to him about issues, that Ellie or Rebecca or Gloria or anybody else in the community is going to go, oh, you know, there's something ploy at foot here. That's not the case. That's his job, to reach out to everybody, all the stakeholders. And it just happens that the impacts of decisions affect my members. So we're a pretty important stakeholder, just like all of the community.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
And I wanted to thank both Ellie and Rebecca for bringing this forward. As far as you know, suggesting that we do some type of a workshop, and yeah, I'll call you up. Well, that's what I said. I will call you up. Slap me like a red-headed stepchild, but come on up. I wanted to say thank you first, Ellie.
Giving us a chance to
It's becoming a
get
love
into
fest,
this
Bruce.
conversation. And thank you, Mr. Baines, for calling this workshop. My name is Ellie Bluestein, and I've been a member of the Central California Criminal Justice Committee for about 30 years, since it was formed. It was formed because, well, I don't know if you want me to go into that. But anyway, in terms of trust and reaching out, we meet with Mr. Rasmussen after every report, and that's 4 times a year. We go over the report, we look at it, we have questions, and we meet with him. Mr. Parks has never met with us or offered to discuss anything with us, although we have been critical of, not critical, we have recommended, before there was a OIR, we made recommendations of things that could be done to improve citizen participation, or never have, the only thing we have ever heard from Mr. Parks is criticism. Never has he offered to discuss it with us or go over it with us, but he was opposed to the OIR from the beginning. We were interested in things like mediation, which other cities do. In Denver, Seattle, New York, use mediation between officers and complainants. No, he was opposed to it. We know this because we proposed it to the mayor, and we were told that Jackie Parks is against it. Mental health training for police officers. No, Mr. Parks is opposed to it. Who is Mr. Parks to us? We don't employ Mr. Parks. How do we, he's never, as I said, he's never reached out to us. We can only appeal to the people that the mayor whom we elect, the manager to whom the police chief reports. I don't know, does Mr. Parks report to the mayor? Does he report to Mr. Rudd? I don't know who employs. Is he employed by the Police Officers Association? How do we, I don't know how we operate. What responsibility does he have to us? Evidently none. And as I said, we've never heard from him directly. We either hear from a newspaper article or from the police chief that, no, he's opposed to this. But we've never had a chance to discuss it with him. And he certainly has never reached out to us. So I don't know what to say about that since, he made this accusation or this statement. So as far as that's concerned, we would like to speak to somebody that represents the police because we think there are police who agree with our recommendations. We've heard that there are. So And as far as things like things like having police tested for drugs and alcohol. That's done in many places. We know that. There is a national organization of people, of police and individuals that, for what are the NACO? What's it? What, National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. Right. And they through them we get information about what other cities are doing, what other police departments are doing. And being tested for alcohol and drugs is not an unusual thing. Now, if there's a law against it, we should know. But as far as we know, that is done by other police departments. And I remember a time when Police Chief Dyer came out and was very critical of the police department because of not enough precaution taken about that. I have the newspaper article sometime. So there are things that, there are many things that we have recommended that have been, not been accepted by Mr. Parks. And as I said, we have no authority over Mr. Parks. We don't know whom to report to find out what to do about it. We can only go to the people that we have relations with, the mayor, Mr. Rudd, others. But, okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
All right, Councilmember.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. I had 4 items that I wanted to address. Number one, POP officers. I think we all agree that that's a vital resource for our communities, but I guess what everyone is saying is we're trying to do more with less. So I don't know how we can resolve that. I think we're all working toward that goal. And the second comment is sort of tied to that in that, I wanted to ask, I wonder, are the cadets or people at the academy, do they get a little bit of POP-type training and how to deal with people? I would assume they would because you're dealing with people every day. So that's a good sign. Thank you. Good. I kind of figured that, but I just wanted confirmation. So we need more officers, and so with the current status, that is the best retirement system in the state, trying to get lateral officers to come in as well as new recruits. We've gotten great reviews on our police conduct. Complaints are down. We're not in the national news, and I think we should be in the national news to reflect the things that we've done as a community, as a law enforcement, public safety, our OIR people. Everyone in the world should know how great we are trying to get to the common goal here. But good reviews aren't very popular. People don't really want to hear about that. They want to hear the negativity of things. And so I'd like to acknowledge the good things that are going on and compliment all of you for working together. I believe the city attorney is checking out the legality of the financial disclosures. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and we'll probably have that sooner than later.
Yes, we will.
Okay, so we'll get that issue resolved. I don't think that's going to be a problem. The biggest thing that I've seen from this afternoon in this meeting is that we've kind of cleared the air. Everybody's had their opportunity. Everyone spoke. I'm happy to hear, quite frankly, I'm happy to hear that no one got everything they wanted. Because if someone gets everything they wanted, we're missing out on some issues here. So that's, in my business as a lawyer, if 50% of the people love me and 50% don't like me, that's a pretty good settlement. So I think we need to keep going with our goals and the things we want to achieve, but recognize you can't get them all. And so you compromise. That's what life's all about, balance, rebalance, and compromising. So I think from today, we all have an obligation and a duty, regardless of your position, to reach out to each other. at least try to reach out to each other and communicate and talk. Who goes first, who goes second, it's like a divorce, petition or respond, it doesn't matter. Someone's got to step up to the plate and make the move. So I think from today we've all got an idea who's wishing for what type of communication, and I hope we can keep that door open now. In fact, kick it wide open and everybody get involved and clear the air. And then, as Jackie said earlier, we wouldn't need this discussion or near enough discussions if we just all reach out to one another. And I was going to ask for a group hug, but probably not. But I think you get the point. So I think it's a great opportunity to do this today, and I thank my colleagues and all of you in the audience who participated in this. And I think that this first step is a huge one, and next time we have something like this, I hope we get everybody involved to say, yeah, we talked, didn't work out, but we talked. And you'd be surprised what will work out once you start communicating and talking. So thanks for everybody being here, and thanks for all our participation, and I encourage future communications. Thank you.
Bruce?
Yes, and I want to point out that the hard work of the Office of Independent Review, and specifically Mr. Rasmussen, I think the reason we're here today and we aren't dealing with a lot of the issues that we're dealing with is because of a number of the recommendations that have been adopted by the department and the working relationship that Rick has with the department. And that my point is that he's interacting with officers every day in his role. But understand his role is to be an independent auditor. He makes recommendations to me, and through the chain of command, I discuss those recommendations with the chief. And at some point in time, if the chief and I or the chief believes that's something that he or we want to pursue, and if it's something that triggers something like meet and confer or a restructuring of the organization, that is the responsibility of the city manager and the chief, not the Office of Independent Review. There are some recommendations Rick has made that have said, well, maybe or maybe not, but this is why, and he's gone, well, okay, that's a valid discussion. But those discussions happen between Rick and I, and at times with the chief, a lot of times with the chief. It is the chief's role and my role then through the chain of command, to implement those recommendations. So I want to make it clear that for the public to believe that Rick is truly independent, like any other auditor, I don't have auditors looking into other parts of the organization and go, oh, but well, I got a recommendation, therefore I need to call one of the labor representatives. That's not his role. His role is to make recommendations to me, and then through my role as the city manager is to look to whether or not those recommendations are valid and whether we can or can't implement them. So again, I think we're here today. It's a good workshop, but a lot of things that we are dealing with, or more importantly, haven't been having to deal with, is in a lot of ways is because of the work and the collaboration, the partnership that Rick does have with the Fresno Police Department. And as he said, we are a solid department, but there isn't any reason why we can't even become better than and become a milestone for a lot of other communities to try to achieve.
All right. So I don't have any other persons pushed up to speak, so I'll make a few remarks myself. And first, Rick, I wanted to ask you a couple questions, if I could. And certainly I want to echo the comment of thank you for your service. And it's certainly not an easy job. I was actually a police officer at the time when they instituted the Office of Independent Review. So I certainly am very familiar with the controversy surrounding how this all came about. So I know it's not an easy position you're in. So certainly thank you for that. It's been a long day, and I think we're winding down. But I kind of view the Office of Independent Review as really a reaction. Again, me being an officer at the time, that the office was instituted, really a reaction from the community and saying we need an Office of Independent Review, right? And so this is the response. Your office is the response of really the community saying we need this, and between the administration and the council and everybody at the time coming together and said this is the shape, the fashion, form, and shape it will take. So I view your role as one that is certainly responsive to the needs of the community as well as the officers and us, but certainly being held accountable to the community too. And so with that in mind, I'll kind of start my thoughts off with asking, how would you characterize, I mean, you mentioned that you have a lot of interaction with the community. You mentioned you had several groups up here. I don't have them all in front of me right now, but there was a slide where you had all the groups up here that you meet with, thank you, regularly. And I'm just curious how, I know we had one group mention that they meet with you quarterly, either right before or right after you file a report. Is that the general way in which you meet with the community groups?
No, I speak the next time I'm here. I think it's in 10 days to another group. I think it's the Democratic Women's Party has asked me to come and speak. I've been asked to speak at church gatherings on Sundays and other various groups. The real issue here is if there's a community segment that wants to talk about their perception of what's going on, I'm the outlet for them to talk to.
No, well, let me kind of steer. I don't want to go off on that road.
Okay.
What I'm really trying to get to is how often you're meeting with the various community groups. That's really.
Yeah, once a month at least,
Okay.
and then individual meetings every time. I had a meeting this morning a scheduled meeting at 8 a.m. Didn't show up again, but it happens all the time.
Okay, and I'm assuming that you're receiving feedback from them and recommendations about kind of their feelings and sentiment on police-related issues.
Yeah, I think what the community groups want is a reassurance that their complaints are being heard and investigated in an unbiased manner. And I'm able to provide that on both levels, both from my experience with IA and my own experience of reviewing those actual complaints. Most groups are pretty satisfied after that.
Okay, and so how would you characterize kind of out of the various community groups and individual meetings that you have with people in Fresno, how would you characterize their feelings toward the police department right now?
Obviously, people that want to speak with my office have an inbred problem or an issue with the way policing is occurring in their own experience. So it's much like any other auditor's job. You're not going to get called by the person who's perfectly satisfied, and I think there's a huge majority or a significant majority who are satisfied with the service that they receive. It's the other groups that are having a dissatisfactory experience that call. I mean, it's like working any form of complaint desk at any business in America.
Yeah, I would probably, in all honesty, categorically disagree with the way you phrase that.
Okay.
I don't think that just because someone calls it means that they have a problem with the police department. I was a police officer for a long time, and that has not been my experience. But what I'm curious about is, do our community groups seem satisfied with being the police auditor? Do they see, or police officer of independent review, do they seem satisfied with the service that they're getting and the interactions that they're having with our police department? I mean, certainly I can understand when someone calls in the beginning, and I can tell you that not ever been in Office of Independent Review. I've received my fair number of complaints, and typically, it starts one way, and after some discussion, saying.
In many cases, when a person calls or comes in to see me, it's about a specific incident, and I'm able to explain to them why on this incident they may not have gotten all the facts. Were they aware that Johnny did A, B, and C? And that generally will satisfy them. There are other cases where that's not the case. They were the involved party, they feel they were wronged, and they want the case investigated. And what I can assure them of is that the case will be investigated in a free, unbiased manner. And that seems to help. And I'm not sure that's responsive to what you're asking. But
not exactly. What I'm trying to understand is being in the role that you're in and having the responsibility of responding to both the community and the police department is, the first line of question I wanted to find out is where our community's at, right? With that interaction, and then I wanted to obviously move to where our officers are at as well, since you interact with them pretty regularly. So I'm trying to get that, kind of pull that out. Maybe I'm not doing a great job of that, but that's kind of where I'm trying to get to is, we as policymakers are kind of interested in what the reality of the situation is, not necessarily what the background noise is, right? And you're on the front line of this discussion. You're on the front line with people that have potentially have a problem with the police officer or police interaction, but you're also on the front line with that officer that had that. So you are in a unique position to hear both sides from an unbiased fashion, and I'm trying to see.
Let me try to address it this way then.
Yeah.
I would say that the majority of complaints that I receive end up being meritless. So the perception by the offended party is not always the exact facts of what transpired in the case. And that can often be from a perception of what occurred or an unfamiliarity with the law or policy where he did this and this is wrong. No, ma'am, that's not wrong. That's actually policy. That's actually law. But once again, Councilman, the majority of people who call me already have an issue. So I'm going to get that segment of society who's dissatisfied on this specific day with this specific officer. So I don't get the calls from the guy who says, hey, the cops came to my house, they were so helpful, and they were done in 5 minutes. Tell them thank you. But that just doesn't occur.
But you do get for instance, you have the Lions Club and El Concilio de Fresno. They kind of represent a larger constituency. Are they communicating dissatisfaction with you at all?
No, but they're communicating. They want to be reassured that their officers are conducting themselves properly, which is the case, that their internal affairs is looking at those cases where an allegation is made and handling them and dispensing them in a fair manner, and finally that I'm reviewing it to ensure there's no brother-in-law act going on. And once they hear the way it's done, everybody's pretty satisfied. Because quite frankly, the cops do a very good job. And in most cases, it's a misunderstanding or a misperception of what actually transpired or an unfamiliarity with the law.
And the other side of that question, since you have the opportunity to talk to our officers, shortly after, sometimes shortly after at least an incident, what is the officer's character, what is the officer's feeling of the community's interaction in your office? I mean, how are our officers feeling?
Because of the system that we operate under here in Fresno, I don't get the case until it's sometimes months after the incidents occurred. And I rarely am able to contact or directly interact with the suspect officer, the subject officer of the investigation, or witness officers or anything else. But I do review all of their statements on what they say, what they perceived, how they feel. And, I obviously don't have the same personal day-to-day interaction with the rank and file that I would have liked to have had the day I came here. And I, in fact, suggested a situation where I would have more contact like that, but it just didn't work out. The bottom line here is I don't get a lot of contact with those officers that are on the street as they're handling their incident that has resulted from the complaint, because our model is an auditor model versus an investigative model. If it was an investigative model, I'd have interaction with those officers at their interviews, right? I mean, real time. So, but I'm not getting hate mail either, but probably it's being sorted by someone else.
Okay. So I kind of had the opportunity to obviously go through your presentation, and certainly have read through your recommendations. And my old friend and colleague Jackie Parks made some statements about community-based policing, and not to one-up him, but I was an NPO and POP officer, so I think I did both. So I'm very familiar with the programs that he's referring to. And so my question, though, is that he raised that, and Jackie and I have had the opportunity, since I've been in this capacity, to talk about, community-based policing as a philosophy. I noticed that in your recommendations that it's I don't see that as a recommendation that our department needs to adopt a philosophy of community-based policing, and I'm wondering why that's absent.
Okay, most of the overwhelming majority of the recommendations come from a specific case. The officer did this policy was reviewed, and this policy led him to make this poor decision. We need to fix this incident. One of the early ones I remember is the way we loaded individuals who had been handcuffed with their feet secured. I think the common term is hogtied into the back of the transport vehicle. and it was just being done in an unsafe manner. So those are the specific types of allegations and violations that I become aware of. If there was a series of complaints from the citizenry saying, we believe community-oriented policing in my neighborhood would be beneficial, it would certainly make its way into the report. Much like when I was contacted by a large segment of the undocumented who believed that their vehicles were being towed at DUI checkpoints, and they were saying, hey, there's another way to do this. So I met with the captain over traffic, and we tried to find a happy medium, and the department adjusted to that. So I'm not going to see that type of policy on the way to implement or deploy police resources unless it comes from a community group or complaint saying we need help.
Well, and so let me just kind of probe that this way. So like early on in our discussion, you mentioned that when you receive a complaint, that a lot of times, in which I find this to be completely true, is that a person will have a misperception of a perceived incident for whatever reason, whether they hold a particular sentiment against the policing agency or officer, or they just are misinformed. It's been my experience that has led me to understand that when there are community-based policing practices in play, that sometimes those misperceptions are really broken down, and potentially the idea of not even having a complaint occurs.
Right.
And so the reason why I raise this is because I'm hoping that in your capacity as the OIR is that you are able to kind of take this in and filter out. The public may not always know the correct terminology to use to arrive at a conclusion, right? But we're hoping that between your experience, knowledge, and expertise, partnership that you have with our officers, that those types of recommendations, those kind of foundational recommendations could come out too. Because I do know for certain that as Jackie Parks, really outlined, that vast majority of officers would love to have the ability to do community-based policing, and quite frankly, I can totally sympathize with an officer that is asked to do community-based policing while also handling patrol duties. The reality is it doesn't work that way.
Right.
And in this time in our country where we see so much unrest, we're very fortunate in Fresno that we don't have that level of unrest. But at the same time, I know all of us in this room would agree that we're not in a position to rest on our laurels either, that we should be advancing the ball forward so that we don't ever have those types of situations of unrest. And as our representative of police officers has mentioned, and several council members have, community-based policing really is a philosophy. And I know Bruce, talked about the grant-funded, community-based policing that happened some time ago, NPOs and POP officers. But, Bruce, I'll tell you that community-based policing is, through grants, is not sustainable. And unless we as a department operate from a position that we're going to adopt that philosophy as a foundational principle, we will always have these discussions.
And so, like any other grant, we understand that.
So,
finish.
Well,
when these grants expire.
Yeah, but I wasn't. I get it because I was there. But what I'm trying to say is that what I hear from, and my experience has been, and what I hear from our police officers is that what they like that is baked into the culture of the department, and not just rely on the grants for them. So I get it, but what I'm communicating is that shouldn't be how we only operate community-based policing. So I said that too, and I wanted for your benefit too, Bruce, and for yours, Rick, because I would have anticipated something like that as a recommendation in your report, based off of both the interaction with the community and the interaction with the officer. That something like that would have emerged, and I was shocked to not see it. And I think when you couple something like community-based policing, then we don't rely so heavily on just body cameras, right? The body cameras are not going to fix every problem, right? We have to make sure that officers have the opportunity to build relationships. You know, and kind of my last couple remarks I make, you know, I'm troubled to hear about the lack of communication that we have all around. You know, that's troubling. And I can appreciate your perspective, Rick, about wanting to be careful about how much you interact with the police union, because it's your goal to be their oversight, you know, in quotes, of course. But I do know from talking with you earlier that your goal was always to have a relationship with the officers from the beginning.
Yeah.
I know that, you know, as you've communicated to me, as you stated here a few moments ago, that had you had it your way, you would have had a healthy relationship with the officers and not be viewed as the boogeyman, so to speak. Well, I'm wondering, and we got to find a way to allow that to happen, because clearly I hear frustration on both sides, yours and, you know, obviously the officers' representatives and even our community representatives, that the three-way communication that needs to occur is not happening. And, you know, I don't know if the answer, and like I said, I don't know. I listened to your comments, Bruce, about, you know, I'm wondering, are you opposed to Rick meeting with our police representatives, or I'm curious?
No,
because
I'm just saying, when Mr. Rasmussen submits recommendations to me, he submits those recommendations to me, and if there needs to be a vetting of those recommendations, it would happen after the fact. It doesn't happen before he makes those recommendations to me.
Right, but I think I'm really referring to recommendations aside. You know, we're just going to put the recommendations over to the side for a moment. It just sounds like what I hear is, if I'm mischaracterizing this, correct me, but I just hear that they want a dialogue. I don't even know if I'm hearing that they want to do the whole recommendation thing. I just hear, it sounds like what is absent is just a relationship, period, for what is occurring between the Office of Independent Review and the Police Officer Association. And are you opposed to just them having a relationship?
No.
Okay. I didn't think so, and I wanted to make sure that we kind of we go down this line, because our role as policymakers, and all my colleagues are going to agree with me, that what we found is that having a relationship really breaks down a whole lot of walls, and it makes communication a lot easier. And simply talking is something that is a benefit. So I would encourage you, Rick, and we'll be obviously monitoring this closely from our end, to meet with the representatives of the FPOA, as you are already with the community. And listen, I also heard that the community wants to meet with the FPOA. So Jackie, I would say the same thing, right? I mean, what's fair is fair. So if people are asking for meetings, if it needs to be the council that convenes the meeting, we can do that. But certainly, I'm hearing that our community, on all sides, you know, our police officers, your office, and the community.
What we'll do is, after the release of our next quarterly report, I'll have our office assistant send a request when the other people gather to the union to come and attend that meeting if they choose to.
Well, I mean, listen, I don't want to prescribe how it happens, but, you know, what I'd like to know, and I have your assurance and I have Bruce's assurance already, that there are going to be some meetings that occur, and hopefully there's a relationship that can occur out of that. And it's not, I don't think we're anticipating people are going to be friends, but, you know, like honky-dory friends, but we certainly want the relationship to exist so that we don't have miscommunication that's occurring. So, you know, those are kind of my comments in a nutshell. I'm going to be very curious to hear. I think, funny enough, the community and the FPOA are asking for the same thing when it comes to community-based policing. And if they're both asking for it, then we darn well should try to find out how to give it to them. And it's going to have to be something more than just a grant. So, anyhow, thank you for the report, Rick. I look forward to the next one. Councilmember Capriolio.
Thank you. I clipped out a newspaper article, and I wanted to ask Jackie in particular. This relates to a McDonald's on Kings Canyon and Clovis Avenue when an officer was called to duty. there was a fight in the kitchen. So he arrived within seconds of talking to one of the suspect. He was unprovokedly hit in the face. He defended himself. A fight ensued. The worker got his baton, the officer's baton, and hit him with it. And despite being badly injured, Escarino kept the worker until backup units arrived. He was treated at Community Regional Medical Center for head injuries. He's been off work. So, and then the defendant, the suspect, says, I assaulted Escarino, or the officer, because I hate cops. I mean, that's pathetic, and it just kind of summarizes where we are and what we're trying to do here. And I think we all recognize these things, and please convey our best wishes to that officer in particular. And it just illustrates all the things that we have to deal with every day, and we appreciate what you guys do and everyone else involved in this room. And I don't think anyone in the room, any party here today, would disagree with it, what a tragedy that was, and how sad people like this Mr. Deal or Defendant Deal, simply because he hates cops. That's incredible to me. But please convey our condolences from the City Council to Officer Escarino. He did a great job.
I will, and it was a extremely lucky situation, because after he was struck in the head several times and trying to maintain control of him, he was trying to retrieve his gun from his holster. So he had to also maintain control of the weapon as well as the suspect at the same time, and it could have easily became another incident of deadly force, either on our officer or on the suspect. And the fact that it didn't is a win-win for everybody. And it's interesting that you brought that up, and you know, there's a lot of national outcry out. So I brought some copies that I created, a couple of little acronyms, and I'll share them with you, Ellie, and Rebecca as well. So I'll leave these up here on the counter that can be passed. So it should be enough for everybody up there. And it's a couple of acronyms that I created, because I'm hearing a lot of talk in the public. And so, how to stay out of a police car, capitalized car, C-A-R-R. C stands for compliance, comply with the law, comply with the men and women enforcing the law. Accountability is the A. Accept responsibility for your actions, accept consequences for your actions. The R, respect. Respect the value of everyone's life. Respect yourself. Respect others. Offer compassion. Offer the same level of tolerance you demand. The next page is, because there's a lot of faith-based groups that have been jumping into the discussion. So I did an acronym for the word Christian. The C, comply with the law and those who enforce it. H, human lives matter. R, respect for oneself and others. I, integrity at all times. S, selfless acts of kindness. Tolerance for others. I, inspired by God. A, accountability for one's actions. And N, no to drugs and violence. And if people live their lives by these acronyms, you wouldn't see all these things in the news. You wouldn't see the uses of force by police officers. And Officer Escarino would have went home safely that night.
Thank you for
thank
sharing.
you. I will definitely pass on that.
And thanks for sharing this. And I think these are very, very appropriate, and it should be a standard that everyone, most people, honestly, most people in society live by these. And I just wish the entire group, our whole society, would implement these concepts. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I wanted I apologize to Ellie that there is this perception that I'm not willing to communicate, because I'd be happy to meet with you anytime you'd like, Ellie. And I was actually featured in your newsletter a couple of years ago when they came and interviewed me at my office, and I've had lots of contact with Rebecca, and I've met with Gloria Hernandez several times. So I'm always available to our community. Our community is very important, and the trust from our community. So I will give you my card, and I'll leave some of these with you. Thank you.
All right. Looks like those are all the comments we have on this very important topic. So now we will get back to our scheduled general administration items. We are now up to item 2H, which is a fun item. I think we're all looking forward to this one. So this is the acceptance of $195,489,000 of the state revolving fund low interest loan through the State Water Resource Control Board.
Say that number again.
Yes, I love it. $195 million.
Yes. Hello, Council. My name is Glenn Knapp, professional engineer for the Department of Public Utilities Water Division. And the agenda item before you is a long-term multi-agency effort by the Department of Public Utilities and the State Water Resources Control Board in providing a viable financial avenue for construction of the city's Southeast Surface Water Treatment Facility through the state's Safe Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. Construction of the Southeast plant is an essential component in meeting the city's long-term goals for recovery of its overdrafted aquifer and attainment of a balanced water resources portfolio by 2025, as noted in the city's Metropolitan Water Resource and Urban Water Management plans. In a brief recap, on December 6, 2013, the Water Division submitted a statement of intent to apply for state funding. On June 19, 2014, Council adopted a resolution to submit the application, and it was submitted to the, it was then the California Department of Public Health. We submitted that on June 23rd, 2014. And to finalize the application requirements, Council adopted the state's pledged revenue and reimbursement resolutions for the project on June 25th, 2015. Subsequently, on September 2nd of this year, the State Water Resources Control Board has extended an offer of financial assistance through the Safe Drinking Water Revolving Fund program in the amount of $195,489,000 for a term of 30 years at an interest rate of 1.663%. So in lieu of project funding through other bonding sources at interest rates at or near 5.5% to 6%, this low interest loan will be at 1.663% and extend ratepayer savings exceeding $115 million over the next 30 years. The Department of Public Utilities is requesting Council accept this loan for construction of the Southeast plant, and myself and other city staff are present to answer any questions you may have at this time. And our Director of Public Utilities would like to give you a quick update on regarding the project schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to extend this any longer, but just in the law of big numbers, we're getting ready to kind of roll some big numbers in front of you here. So this bid opening for this particular project is tentatively scheduled for September 29th. And we're looking at that number to come in around $150 million. And this fund will fund that. Beginning of October, we'll be bidding out the Frank Kern pipeline, another $23 million project. In March, February, we'll be bidding the $75 million for the Kings River pipeline. And then when we get to March, April, we'll be bidding $55 million for the finished water transmission mains. And then on top of all that, we have the recycled water stuff. So we got a lot of stuff we'll be bringing in front of you. Just give you a heads up. And then we'll review all these things when we have the opportunity to meet with you individually to kind of give you an update on the program.
Thanks,
Thank
Tommy.
you.
Thanks, Tommy. All right, we'll now take this item out to the public. Do we have any members of the public wishing to comment on this item? I have a card right there, Cindy. Is this card for me for this item? Okay, so this is for unscheduled communication. All right, so seeing no members of the public, I'll now bring it back to the dais. Councilmember Brandow.
Thanks, Glenn and Tommy. I appreciate the update, and I'll make it real quick too, but thank you for holding through our last workshop like a couple of troopers. I appreciate that. Good job. I just wanted to clarify, so this, because, you know, and there'll be some people watching over cable television that can hear this as well, but this was the amount of money that once we actually postponed a vote for about a month, and we went back to the state and asked Sacramento, is there any way that you could give Fresno even more help? And I think they had like 90 million that they had been offering to help.
It was $50 million to start with, and then other projects through the state had dropped out, so they had actually more money available.
Yeah. And then, but by holding out that extra month, we boosted it by 105 million, bringing it to 195. and it was all hinged upon getting our documentation. And from my understanding today, you're saying that the documentation's done and we're ready to accept the check. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They had a previous offer of the same amount of money. They actually, not February, they had a offer of the same 195 offer at that percentage rate, or a matching fund at a little bit less.
Yes.
And so, yeah, and so then after that, they also put on that letter requirements for completion of environmental, financial, and technical engineering requirements on there. And since then, we have completed all of that. We are done and ready to go.
Fantastic. Good job. Well, I appreciate that, and I'm going to make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. No other council members up to speak. I too am excited about this. Good work, staff. This was a good one to vote on today. So all those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Item passes 7-0. All right, now moving on to our final item of the day. We have our council member boards and commission updates. So the way we're going to handle this, council members, is if you are on a board and you want to give an update, punch up. If not, then we will not. We'll just handle it that way. So I don't see any council members punched up. So I have a couple of updates I'd like to give. The first one is if you're looking at your agenda number 6, the Fresno County Zoo Authority. I'm the alternate for Mayor Swearingen. I'd just like to say that the Africa opening is coming, I believe, in October. And we all should be ready and happy and prepared for that. It's been a long time coming. I think it's going to be a fantastic exhibit. It potentially could be an award-winning exhibit. I also would like to comment on item number 12. I'm the alternate for Councilmember Brandow on the EDC, and I was happy to attend, I think last month, their planning session. And the EDC is doing some fantastic stuff, reaching out to communities, really helping businesses along the high-speed rail alignment. They have a great young team over there, and just wanted to let the council members know that they're doing good work. And I believe that's all I have to report on. All right, so we are to our final item today. We'll take unscheduled communication, and I have one for unscheduled communication. Sir, would you please, this is your card right here?
Yes.
Just need your name, your name and address for the record.
Lee Ventresca.
Okay. And you have 3 minutes.
On Venice Boulevard between Weldon and Shields. The trees in the middle of the street are been neglected to the point of they're almost falling down. I've noticed that the water tank truck driver had just come up and just hosed the base of the trees and has exposed the roots and damaged the tree. The one in front of my house, I put a berm around it, which is a round ring with elevated sides that could keep the water moisture in, and cover up the roots to keep them packed so that they don't dry out or rot. And I stopped the man, the driver, and told him, and he was very pleased with what I've done to it, and he said that he wants to instruct his workers to create what I've put in place. So I'd like to request an okay from your blessings to do more protective measures towards these trees, because they're beautiful, and I've lived there for like 40 years, and it'd be a shame to see them all go to waste. I wish I had taken pictures of exposing some of the areas that were severely damaged, but I feel I have the ability to instruct, or help instruct. Bless you, Clinton, and try to save these trees. And here, I have a napkin, Kleenex right here for you. He's a good man. I think he's at the area that he's a councilman. Are you? Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, my time is up, or no? Oh,
No,
You have 1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. Well, what do you suggest?
We're gonna your council member. I do happen to know that she actually is very interested in this topic and is doing a lot of work on it. She's right here. I think she
Should
may
I
want to make
contact your office and maybe work with you?
So Lee, thank you for being here this afternoon, and I appreciate you, the interest that you've taken. Definitely an interest in that neighborhood, and I know that I'm working with the administration. We have actually a report that we're reviewing on kind of the health of the trees. Very important. I know how valuable they are to that neighborhood and just to our community in general. So I appreciate what you've done in terms of the tree near your home. Would love to meet with you after in the next few minutes if we can meet. There's Terry from my office and kind of figure out what we can do. But definitely big interest, and we want to make sure that we save those trees. So thank you again for coming.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, colleagues, that will conclude our meeting today. And just for a final reflection, we'll be adjourning in the memory of Charlie Waters, DeAndre Howard, and Carol Beckett. Thank you.